Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll now call to order the meeting of the Phoenix City Council. We'll begin with council information and follow-up requests. We will start with Councilwoman Washington, followed by Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's wait till my PowerPoint. There has been many events since our last meeting, but I just want to highlight a few of the more recent events. Next slide. Over the weekend, I attended the Advancing Homeownership Fair that was hosted by Wells Fargo in my district. This event was designed to help potential first-time homebuyers understand the home buying process and prepare to be successful when they take that step. More than 100 were in attendance. We had several local nonprofits on hand to share information and work with the attendees on a one-on-one basis, included CPLC, Trellis, the Administration of Resources and Choices, and Take Charge America. They represented up to $60,000 in down payment assistance. Next slide. Big thank you to Spencer Self and his team and the Neighborhood Services Department for hosting the 2024 Synergy Awards. It's an event that publicly recognizes the hard work of our neighborhood leaders. This year, the District 8 recipients were Shannon Richmond from the Arlington Estates neighborhood. She earned the Community Builder Award for her hard work in pulling her neighborhood together and hosting Coffee with a Cop meetings in Levine. Ray Buckley from the Perry Park neighborhood earned the Civic Engagement Award. He's a tireless neighborhood advocacy and he arranges cleanups. How dedicated, you say? Ray was so dedicated, he did not attend because he had a pre-scheduled neighborhood cleanup. Last but not least, we recognize Paul Bowles from the People United Fight Back Block Watch. He earned the Community Impact Award. He's a longtime resident in the neighborhood and organizer. He has the ability to call on all the necessary departments to make changes when he sees a need in his community. He's a committed champion for his community. Congratulations again to all the awardees. Next slide. Next up, the Archwood at Eastlake held their ribbon cutting in the beautifully restored Pickle House on Van Buren. This new space was once an iconic symbol of our yesteryears. It is now the new home of the Archwood Exchange Acres and several of our community partners. At the ribbon cutting, dozens of small business entrepreneurs packed the place. Archwood Exchange has grown into a powerhouse of support for the Buy Black movement in Phoenix. Congratulations to the Archwood team. This has been a long time coming, and we are looking forward to many successful events. Next slide. Last but not least, happening right now in District 8, I am hosting my Energize 8 series of meetings. It is a community initiative where we come together to have solution-driven conversations about the issues impacting District 8. These meetings are designed to give neighborhood leaders and community members a platform to voice their concerns, have small group discussions with their city department leaders, learn about steps already in progress, and make recommendations for moving forward. Our last meeting in the series happens tomorrow, Wednesday, September 25th at 6 p.m., and it'll be located in the Health Sciences Building. If you live in District 8 and you're able to attend, I welcome you to join us. Next slide. As always, do not hesitate to reach out if you need help with city services or notice an issue in your neighborhood. That is all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Washington. We'll next go to Councilwoman Pastor, followed by Councilwoman Gardado.
Thank you, Mayor. Slide 1. Officer Zane Coolidge was shot in the line of duty and succumbed to his injuries on September 6th. He was a father, husband, son, brother, friend, and a 5-year veteran of the Phoenix Police Department. Officer Coolidge was 29 years old and leaves behind a wife and a 5-month-old baby girl, and I believe her name is Emily Grace. I know Grace is in there. His family is enduring an unimaginable loss. If you would like to donate, visit the link on the slide. 100% of the donations will go to his family. Our newest student volunteer, Johanna, is a junior at Carl Hayden. She started volunteering with our office over the summer, helping with social media and youth outreach. She was recently elected junior class president and student body vice president. We are so proud to have her on our team. She's doing so much work at such a young age. Next slide. Want to stay informed of what's happening in the city of Phoenix? Join me for my next coffee chat at Create Tea Room on October 2nd. This month, we will discuss appointment-based bulk trash, historic preservation grants, crime updates and reports, and many more. Thank you, NSD. The heart of Phoenix would not be as vibrant as it is without the work of our outstanding neighborhood groups. I had the honor to recognize them at the second Synergy Conference hosted by NSD. Congratulations to all the awardees. Next slide. I represented Phoenix Fast Track Cities during this year's Dance for 1 in 10 competition. Our team alone raised over $14,000 to support LGBTQ youth in Phoenix. I made it. Be Well Health is now open at Walgreens on the northwest corner of Central and Osborne, offering comprehensive healthcare services in one place, including STD testing and treatment, preventative health services, contraceptions, and more. As a co-chair of the Phoenix Fast Track Cities, I know that HIV/AIDS is an issue that affects everyone, and it demands an all-inclusive, holistic solution. Phoenix is on a mission to end HIV/AIDS epidemic by 2030 by focusing on testing, prevention, treatment, and zero stigma. I've had the privilege of sponsoring African American Reconstruction 2024 Momentum Master Team Conference at Phoenix College. Grayson, our former intern, is the director of this incredible organization aimed at empowering Black youth in the Valley. The 3-day program was filled with incredible guest speakers who shared information and advice to empower young people on how to build confidence and improve public speaking skills. Here's to the next generation of leaders. District 4 spent National Voter Registration Day at Carl Hayden High School supporting and encouraging seniors who are 18 and will be 18 by Election Day to register to vote. Make sure to register to vote by October 7th. It is our civic duty. Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. As a proud Latina, I'm honored to recognize the impact Latinos have made across the nation. From art and music to business to public service, we have helped shape the fabric of this country. One way to support our Latino community this month is by shopping and eating at local Latino and Hispanic-owned establishments. Some of my favorites are Palabras Bilingual Bookstore and Tortas Paquime, where we hosted our May coffee chat. Juntos seguimos adelante. Get ready for an unforgettable evening filled with captivating culture, vibrant commerce, and a dash of spooky charm. The Second International District Night Market will take place October 26th at the Camelback Park and Ride. Discover a colorful mix of heritage, connect with the community, and explore the best local businesses. There will be live music, food vendors, a car show, and even a kids' fun zone. Kids 12 and under get in for free if they are dressed in their costume. As always, do not hesitate to contact my office if you have any questions, concerns, or suggestions. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilwoman Gardado and then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I just want to report on the Royal Inn seizure. This morning, agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigations responded to an ongoing neighborhood complaints regarding the Royal Inn near I-17 and Bethany Home Road in my district. The hotel has been seized and will be closed. This hotel has long been a significant concern for me and the surrounding communities, with issues escalating regarding prostitution and rising crime. I want to thank the city of Phoenix's police department, the Heat Unit, Commander Steve Martles, kudos to you, the City of Phoenix Neighborhood Services Department, the Berkeley Square Neighborhood Association, Rancho Solano Block Watch, and the VIP Coalition. Their commitment alongside that of community leaders and residents has been instrumental in moving us forward to a safer living conditions and closing the Nuance Hotel once and for all. So thank you to everyone that was part of this. Chief, thank you so much for all of your hard work on this and the dedication that you put on this issue that had been long going and was creating a lot of issues between neighbors. Thank you so much for all of the hard work of everyone. Also, just want to report our third annual El Grito celebration. We were excited to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month with El Grito celebration on September 15. Our third annual El Grito celebration was a record-breaking with nearly 16,000 attendees who joined us to celebrate community and the independence of Mexico. Special thanks to the United Phoenix Firefighters Charities, the City of Phoenix, Community Economic Development Department, Arviso Advertising and Promotions, and all of our sponsors. Our heartfelt thank you to everyone who came out to celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Mexico with us. And continuing with the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, I am proudly to report that all of the Mexican Baseball Fiesta games will be held in District 5, and it's an annual event that happens every year. The first game will be this Thursday, September 26th at American Family Fields at 51st Avenue and Indian School. Then the final 3 days will be Friday, September 27th through Sunday, September 29th at Camelback Ranch Ballpark. We hope you will gather your friends and family for some exciting baseball action, good food, fun, and live music. A few community outreach updates. During the last month, my team has been working to build business alliances along Glendale Avenue. We have distributed flyers and met with business owners to collaborate and address the challenges they are facing with crime at the intersections. The new 35th West Business Alliance at 35th Avenue and Glendale Avenue will meet again next week. The North Ocotillo Business Alliance at 27th Avenue and Glendale Avenue will meet later this week. Community cleanups and tree planting. In commemoration of the anniversary of 9/11, my office co-hosted a 9/11 Memorial Day of Service environmental project with SUA International last Saturday, September 7th. The community cleanup at Maryville Park and Parkway was incredibly productive with dozens of volunteers from all over Phoenix who joined neighbors in cleaning up the heart of Maryville. In addition, 56 drought-resistant trees were planted along Maryville Parkway. Special thanks to Street Transportation, Neighborhood Services, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and the Office of Heat Response and Mitigation. We also honored our police and fire department and all of our first responders for their service. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I'll go to the Vice Mayor and then Councilwoman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to give a shout out to our city employees. At the State of the City speech, Mayor, you talked about how you want us to be the most accessible city in the country. And our city employees are stepping up. They have formed a new employee group called DEAL, Disabled Employees, Allies, and Leaders. I'm really excited for this group. As you know, our employees are throughout the city. They not only serve us here in City Hall, but at the airport, at our precincts, in our parks, in our water treatment plants. And so they can be the conduit for us in recommending ways that we can achieve our goal. I especially want to thank Matt Heil for helping start this group. Very excited about what they can do, and their first meeting will be September the 30th. I hope I can make it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman O'Brien, followed by Councilman Robinson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I would like to piggyback a little bit on Councilwoman Pastor's comment about our fallen officer and also acknowledge that there was another officer shot in that incident. So please continue to keep Officer Haney in your prayers that he will have a full recovery. It was a terrible tragedy, and we need to also remember that he and his family are dealing with that. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge somebody yesterday that they were awarded from the Scouting Arizona Grand Canyon Council their trail and leadership. Tony Astorga was recognized for his decades of leadership in the city of Phoenix. And so it was an honor to get to attend that event and hear all the wonderful things he has done for the Scouts and for our city. So thank you, Tony, for all of that, and to the Scouts for acknowledging it. Lastly, I would like to invite everybody out to our 3rd annual Double 10-Day celebration at ASU West Valley's campus. It will be on October 5th. It is, again, the Taiwanese Day of Independence, and it'll be from 6 to 9 p.m. It is a night market atmosphere, and we do have fireworks. So hope you will join us to learn a little bit more about their culture while they learn about ours as well. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman O'Brien. I'm sorry, Councilwoman O'Brien, and next I'll go to Councilman Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. My statement's going to be a little different from the others. I just want to make mention and pay tribute to an individual who passed away recently, Richard DeYorte. I know a lot of folks probably know Richard, spent a lot of time working throughout the community, worked with the Arizona Gazette, for the Phoenix Gazette and the Arizona Republic, been around for years. Anyone who was involved with youth sports in South Phoenix at the Key Kiefer Boys Club and a host of other places probably knew Richard. But he recently been suffering for a while, and I heard from his son-in-law earlier this morning that he had passed away. So for those of you who know Richard, a giant of an individual here in our community, has done all kinds of things, knows all kinds of people, and was involved in a number of things. And I believe he is the only reporter that I can think of that at his retirement, there was a front page article about it in the Arizona Republic newspaper. So Godspeed, and may he rest in peace. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman, for that important recognition. We have with us 4 interpreters to provide interpretation today. Carmen, Oscar, Daniel, Harry, and Gloria. Would one of the team please introduce yourself in Spanish?
Thank you, Mayor. Buenas tardes, yo soy Carmen Cota, junto con mis colegas Harry Palma, Daniel Feliciano y Oscar Monroy. Vamos a servirles de intérpretes esta tarde. Si desean dar un comentario, por favor, hablen claramente, una voz alta y con claridad. Evite distracciones al fondo y pause después de cada 1 o 2 oraciones para poder interpretar en la forma más completa. Gracias. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilman Galindo Elvira.
Here.
Councilwoman Guardado.
Here.
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Here.
Councilwoman O'Brien.
Here.
Councilwoman Pastor.
Here.
Councilman Robinson.
Here.
Councilman Waring. Vice Mayor Stark.
Here.
Mayor Gallego.
Here. Will the city clerk please read the 24-hour paragraph?
The title of the following ordinance and resolution number on the agenda was available to the public at least 24 hours prior to this council meeting and therefore may be read by title or agenda item only. Ordinance numbered S-51282.
Wonderful. Thank you. Today we have 4 related items on our agenda. We will hear presentations, and then we will have public comments on all 4 items together. Should it be a lengthy meeting, we may take a break at some point during the meeting. As much as possible, we're going to try to get through the staff presentations before council questions. And again, we will have 1 public hearing after all of the presentations. Today's meeting is around several topics related to our efforts to improve public safety in the city of Phoenix, and in many circumstances, we are really reevaluating what public safety means. For decades and decades at the city of Phoenix, it has meant police officers and firefighters responding to every call for service, but today our needs are increasingly complex. Sometimes the best person to offer help to a person isn't an armed officer, but a social worker or a mental health expert. Before running for mayor, when I was on the city council, we heard from many people in our community that we needed alternative responses in certain situations. It was one of the first things that I worked on when I became mayor, and it is something that is broadly supported within our community. In 2018, we had a significant community conversation, and one of the areas where we really had common ground was our police officers wanted to have other individuals who could help with calls related to homelessness and similar items, as did progressive community activists. Today, the Office of Homeless Solutions, which did not exist at that point, is staffed with tens of team members and hopefully will grow today. They work on the front lines to assist those who are unsheltered in our community. Many calls for service that went to police now go to the Office of Homeless Solutions. Another really important option where we've been investing is the fire department's community assistance program. People with a social work background can be on scene for behavioral health assistance when it's necessary. And then also new during my time here, we have crisis intervention teams at the police department that are made of officers with advanced training that can help in the most serious situations. I'm truly proud of the progress that we have made over the last several years, but it doesn't mean that we're perfect, and we should always look for new opportunities to improve. And that is what today's meeting is about. The Department of Justice investigation is on the minds of many in our community, and I want to make sure everyone knows the steps we're taking to improve public safety in Phoenix and how we're implementing the recommendations the Department of Justice has suggested. We are also now in a point where the Office of Accountability and Transparency has made several robust recommendations, and we'll be able to hear and perhaps move forward on those recommendations today. So we will hear staff presentations, and then we'll consider further reforms. To begin these staff presentations, I will turn it over to our Assistant City Manager over Public Safety, Lori Bays.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, members of the council. As Mayor Gallego stated, we are here today to provide you an update on the Office of Homeless Solutions, the Office of Accountability and Transparency, as well as our efforts to improve public safety overall, including efforts to address concerns raised by the Department of Justice. Joining me are Director Rachel Milne with the Office of Homelessness Solutions, Interim Director Shannon Yohani with the Office of Accountability and Transparency, Interim Chief Michael Sullivan, and Executive Assistant Chief Dennis Orender, as well as Special Projects Administrator Denise Cleary with the Police Department. And I want to start off by thanking the Mayor and Council for your leadership, both past and present, as we discuss our progress and work toward developing a path to solutions that will work for the City of Phoenix, but most importantly, for members of our community. The purpose of today's presentation is to first outline the progress made on some of our major initiatives addressing homelessness, accountability and transparency, and public safety. Second, we will share just a few of the efforts we plan to conduct in the short term to address concerns raised by the DOJ while we engage with our community to develop a plan to further address these concerns in short, mid, and long term. Finally, we will ask for your direction on several items and your approval of position conversions in the Office of Homelessness Solutions, as well as new positions in the Police Department to create a new compliance analyst team. Today is a building block on more than a decade of work that has been done between the city and the community. It is also a new beginning of a renewed commitment to public safety, a commitment to our community and alongside our officers and staff. I want to emphasize that it is my strong conviction that continuous improvement, including accountability and supporting our police officers, is not mutually exclusive. We can do both. To be clear, we acknowledge the need for improvement. It is an ongoing need. We can make progress, but we can never fully succeed, and we must maintain a continuous improvement mindset. And when we make mistakes, we must own them. We should also celebrate our progress. While not perfect, each area we will discuss today will demonstrate our ongoing commitment to improvement. We are committed to improvement through enhanced policy, programs, and most importantly, accountability. As we have said many times, we are taking the DOJ report seriously. We have conducted a thorough review and analysis of the recommended remedial measures, comparing them with what we have currently in place or in progress. We are now developing a detailed project plan to address the gaps using industry standard best practices as our guide. We are committed to developing a path that moves us forward. This means implementing improved policy and programs, including training for those policies, showing long-term and ongoing process improvement, and holding ourselves and our employees accountable to these standards of excellence. A key component is improving our data collection. and reporting to the community so they can monitor our progress and follow us as well. Most importantly, it means building trust with all members of our community. This starts with building this plan under your leadership, Mayor and Council, with the input of our community. We are hopeful that upcoming conversations with DOJ will be productive, but no matter what happens, our intent is to move forward with these improvements. And to begin that conversation and provide an update on the work of the Office of Homeless Solutions, I will now turn it over to OHS Director Rachel Milne.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the Council. I'm pleased to be with you here today to discuss the Office of Homeless Solutions and to provide you with an overview of the accomplishments and initiatives that have taken place in our first 2 years of existence. The Office of Homeless Solutions was formed in July of 2022, but became operational in October of 2022. Since then, the changes in the way in which the city addresses homelessness is nothing short of transformational. Most of the work occurred outside the timeframe of the Department of Justice report, as our office came into existence just as the DOJ was concluding their investigation. For many years, the city has funded nonprofit organizations in our community that provide essential services to people experiencing homelessness. In 2022, in addition to being a funder of services, the city became a direct service delivery provider. We hired the right people for this team from diverse backgrounds, many with lived experience in homelessness and substance use. We transformed the way in which we provide outreach via our homeless liaison teams, who are on the front lines in our efforts to lead with services in the city. We've become an owner and operator of sites where services are provided, and we have always had a seat at the regional table in homeless system work, but we are now a leader at that table, working with our colleagues around the county to address this regional issue collaboratively. As you know, the point-in-time count is an annual one-day count of the number of people in a shelter bed or in an unsheltered situation on a given day in the community. This year's Maricopa County point-in-time count was conducted on January 23rd and showed for the first time in years a small decrease in the total number of people counted on that day throughout Maricopa County. More importantly, the number of unsheltered individuals went down by 17%, which is a huge improvement for the region. The 13% increase in the number of people sheltered on January 23rd shows our region's commitment to increasing shelter capacity. The Phoenix-specific data shows an even larger decrease in the number of unsheltered people on that day and a larger increase in the number of people in shelter on the day of the pit count, which is a testament to the investments in shelter the city has made over the last 2 years. This slide depicts Maricopa County's pit count numbers, but without the city of Phoenix. As you can see, the cities in Maricopa County outside of Phoenix saw a decrease in their unsheltered count and a bump in their shelter count numbers as well, slightly less significant than the city of Phoenix. And finally, this slide shows a side-by-side comparison by percentage of sheltered and unsheltered situations in the entire region, the region without Phoenix, and Phoenix only. As you can see, the city is leading the way in the percentage of people in shelter, with 60% of people experiencing homelessness counted on the day of the pit count in a sheltered situation and 40% unsheltered. We still have a lot of work to do, but this data gives us a sense that our efforts and investments are providing positive outcomes and results. In the 2 years of operation, we have been heavily focused on several projects. In my presentation, I will go into detail on all of the following: creating shelter capacity for our system and creating that capacity throughout the city, not concentrated downtown; creating a safe outdoor space where people who perhaps aren't ready for an indoor shelter can safely camp and receive services to help them end their homelessness; addressing the encampment around the Key campus, our community's largest encampment, ensuring that we close that area to camping in a humane manner with everyone being offered an alternative indoor location; creating the community court, providing long-term solutions and services as an alternative path to the traditional criminal justice system; working with our sister departments to offer enhanced heat relief efforts this year and providing specialized services for those who may be experiencing homelessness; formalizing property storage procedures, both for people entering services with property and for unattended property citywide, ensuring people's property are not thrown away; and of course, housing, which is the ultimate end to a family's homelessness. In 2022, the city assisted in creating 592 new permanent shelter beds. 482 temporary beds were added in 2023, and already in 2024, we've added 280 new beds. We have 510 beds in various stages of construction that will come online this year and next. When all beds are active and temporary projects have closed, we will have added nearly 1,400 new beds to our shelter system in Phoenix since May of 2022. One of the sites that came on board this calendar year was the first phase of our city-owned shelter, currently called the Phoenix Navigation Center. It's located near 71st Avenue in Van Buren. This site will eventually have capacity for 280 adults with no minors, made up of 2 dormitory-style sprung structures with 200 beds, and 4 converted shipping container units called X-Wings that will provide 80 additional non-congregate or single-double occupancy units. The first phase of this site includes this temporary structure with capacity for 100 congregate beds and 2 X-Wings, providing space for 40 individuals in those non-congregate units. We were pleased to bring these 140 much-needed beds online this summer while the rest of our project is under construction. And as you can see in this slide, while our phase 1 is open on the left, our contractor is busy constructing the rest of the site on the right side of the slide. And this is a view of the temporary structure just before we welcomed our first guests. Again, there are 100 individuals inside the site. And this is an aerial view of one of the 2 X-Wings on the site. You can see they're solar powered, and each sort of wing of the X has 5 non-congregate units, so a total of 20 units in each X-Wing. This is the plan for the full site once construction is complete. The site has many supports to help individuals end their homelessness. The operations and services at the site are provided by Community Bridges, Inc. and include intensive case management, behavioral health services, and housing navigation. The site has a workforce and employment component. Those services are provided by the city and St. Vincent de Paul. The full site will provide accommodations for what we call the 3 Ps, which are some of the biggest barriers for people entering shelter: pets, property, and partners. We will allow people to bring their pets with them on site, have ample storage for individuals with more property than might be typically permitted at a traditional shelter, and of course we'll allow partners to stay together in some of the dedicated X-Wing units. Additionally, there will be space for guests who may own vehicles or recreational vehicles, so they can park those on site while working to end their homelessness. It is important to note that this site is a closed campus with no walk-up services, and all guests will be referred via outreach teams. The Office of Homeless Solutions created the Safe Outdoor Space, or Structured Campground, in November of 2023 at 1537 West Jackson. This site provides safe outdoor camping for individuals who may not be ready for an indoor housing placement, but it has all the amenities of a shelter, including case management services, behavioral health, restrooms, laundry, meals, just in an outdoor environment. This is a view of the large shaded area with the turf that we installed. All tents on the site are under this shade canopy and on the turf. Each individual is issued a tent and a storage compartment for their belongings when they arrive. In the background of this picture, you can see the large warehouse space where all the meals are served and all the case management services take place. This is another view of our Safe Outdoor Space. And this is one of 2 X-Wings that we have at our Safe Outdoor Space. These units are dedicated to highly vulnerable individuals or folks who might be working overnight shifts in our workforce component and need a place that they can go and have a quiet space to sleep during the day. Our Safe Outdoor Space was opened in conjunction with our efforts to help place individuals camping around what was then called the Human Services Campus, now the Key Campus. The Office of Homeless Solutions and our partners successfully decommissioned this encampment that had grown to as many as 1,000 people living on a 15-block area. OHS chose to close 1 block at a time, providing ample notice to people that the block was closing. We got to know each individual on the blocks to help connect them into an indoor place that met their individualized needs. In all, we closed 15 blocks to camping by November 1st, 2023. We did so in a humane and compassionate manner, offering everyone an indoor alternative place. In all, we worked with 718 individuals, 590 of which accepted that alternative placement. We are still able to track people that are active in our Homeless Service Management Information System, or HMIS, and 58% of those people that accepted an alternative place to be are now either housed or still in that alternative place. It is important to note that when closing these 15 blocks to camping, OHS did so for the most part without the assistance of Phoenix Police. We called Phoenix Police to assist with the effort only 5 times in the 7-month period that the blocks were closed to camping. This slide provides you with a before and after look, looking north from Madison Avenue between 8th and 9th Avenues. This is representative of how all 15 blocks around the campus have looked since November 2023. We've posted signage that prohibits camping, and we educate people who may be unaware. OHS provides outreach and education in the area multiple times per week, and our Phoenix Police Department is our partner in ensuring the area remains close to camping, free of tents or structures, and helping offer alternative shelter or placement at the safe outdoor space to individuals who might be in need. This is an aerial view of some of those blocks before the efforts, and this is an aerial view of the after. The city's establishment of the community court in January of this year was a true interdepartmental collaboration. The Phoenix Municipal Court, Public Defender, and Prosecutor's Offices, OHS, and Community Bridges together operate the City of Phoenix Community Court, which is a transformative justice initiative committed to creating long-term solutions for people experiencing homelessness. OHS's role with the Phoenix Community Court is to work to connect people with the supportive services specifically tailored to their individual needs to help them resolve their legal issues and end their homelessness. The Community Court meets twice per week and has had participants appear over 500 times since January. Of the 198 participants, 20 have graduated from the program. Individuals participate in their individualized case plan, which can include getting vital documents, obtaining shelter, addressing their mental health or substance use, and gaining employment. The Office of Homeless Solutions worked collaboratively with the Office of Emergency Management, Fire Department, and the Offices of Heat Response and Mitigation and Public Health to enhance heat respite offerings this year. This summer, we opened a first-of-its-kind 24-hour heat respite site, an overnight site, and extended hours at 3 sites to 10 p.m., 7 days per week. These sites were chosen based on data from the summer of 2023, and results thus far have been positive. Our fire department reports that heat-related calls for service this year are down 23% as compared with last year. We've been closely tracking all of the data at our enhanced sites this year, and since opening on May 1st, we've had thousands of visits to all 5 sites, with Burton Bar Library being our most frequented. That's our 24-hour-a-day site. In total, 670 people from Burton Bar Library alone have been placed into alternative locations, some of which going directly into housing, however, others to shelter, treatment, or detox programs. One of the most important procedures that OHS has formalized in the last 2 years involves property. This is a complex issue, so we have multifaceted solutions. Having an excess of property is often a barrier to entering shelter. Traditional shelters may not have the capacity to allow people to bring all of their property with them into a shelter. When the City of Phoenix opens or funds new shelters, we ensure they have ample storage to accommodate the belongings an individual or family may have. We also fund a property storage program at the Key campus. The campus serves roughly 1,000 people per day, and the storage program we began there allows anyone using the many services at the campus the ability to store their belongings. And lastly, OHS put in place a formal procedure for unattended property, which provides guidelines for how our team assesses, provides written notice, and stores property at unattended encampments. The process involves a notification at the encampment that we were there and will be storing the property when we return. Once we return 24 to 48 hours later, if the property remains and the owner still is not present, it is stored, and an additional notice is provided in order to help the individual connect with their property. When the individual reaches out to us to be reunited with their property, we bring it to them, allowing us to have another engagement opportunity with them. In all of our city-funded storage programs, we purchase new containers from our Public Works Department. These have kept our property storage system organized, as each container has a unique code that we can associate with either the individual it belongs to or the location where we found that unattended property. OHS collaborates with several departments in the city, as homelessness affects almost all city functions. We've established a strong relationship with the police department, most notably because the creation of the Office of Homeless Solutions has enabled our police officers to spend their time addressing criminal activity, while OHS can provide the outreach and services needed to help address the needs of individuals experiencing homelessness. We've worked diligently over the last 2 years to be the lead in offering and providing these services. We've successfully deployed our behavioral health engagement teams to several areas around the city, where the underlying issue isn't necessarily homelessness per se, but substance use. These teams are made up of behavioral health specialists from CBI, our homeless liaisons, and our partners in Phoenix PD to support individuals that may have behavioral health needs that can be addressed by this specialized team. OHS recently assigned a designated homelessness liaison to each council district, allowing neighborhood leaders and community action officers to have a direct contact in OHS to address encampments and to be available when needed to provide outreach and navigate individuals into services when requested. And lastly, OHS has worked to help Phoenix Police Department store property when there is a situation where property would otherwise be impounded. This has allowed Phoenix PD to concentrate on their mission while OHS assists with storage and connecting that individual with their property. This again also allows us an additional engagement when that individual seeks to be reunited with their property. And lastly, last May, OHS purchased a former hotel off of the I-17 in Northern. This hotel is in the process of being converted into affordable housing for older adults and will have 126 rooms, complete with a bedroom, small kitchenette, and restroom area. The site itself will have a community kitchen and both indoor and outdoor community space. OHS is pleased to be adding housing capacity for people with very low incomes. We will target this housing to people with incomes under 30% AMI, and we will welcome housing vouchers. We are not taking our foot off the gas. We are continuing the momentum and progress we've made over the last 2 years, particularly in the areas of outreach and shelter. Moving forward, we look to increase our efforts in these areas that will move the needle on homelessness in our community by preventing as many people as possible from entering our homeless service system and helping them exit quickly into housing from our crisis response system. This transformative work began in 2022 with a team of 9 and has increased over the last 2 years to a team of 36. 40% of our team are in temporary positions. These positions were added as temporary initially because of the urgent need to quickly staff up and have proven to be essential. Converting these positions to permanent to continue this momentum is included in staff's recommendations later in this presentation. And I will now turn it over to Director Yohani.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council, and members of the public. My name is Shannon Ioani, and I've had the opportunity to serve as the Interim Director of the Office of Accountability and Transparency since February. I am so grateful for the opportunity to share with everyone today about how OAT's work has improved policing in Phoenix during this critical time, as well as sharing about the growth and progress that OAT has experienced since February. OAT has 3 main focus areas as dictated by the City Code. 1, reviewing Phoenix Police Department administrative investigations. 2, mediating community complaints about the Phoenix Police Department. And 3, engaging with community members to share about our work and how we serve the community. I will share more about our progress in each of these areas shortly, but first, some more general OAT updates. In the last several months, OAT staff has spent significant time developing internal policies, practices, and procedures consistent with both the City of Phoenix principles and civilian oversight principles. OAT staff have drafted and implemented internal policies and procedures to ensure that we exemplify the principles of accountability and transparency in our own work. One especially important internal development was establishing our standards of professional conduct. Our standards include an independence, impartiality, and confidentiality statement that has been acknowledged and signed by all OAT staff and will be reviewed and signed each year. Additionally, OAT adopted the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement's Code of Ethics. Key standards from NACOL's code that are now also part of OAT's code include independent and thorough oversight, respectful and unbiased treatment, agency self-examination and commitment to policy review, and a primary obligation to serve the community. In addition to establishing and articulating our guiding principles, we have worked diligently with the police department to further develop the information sharing practices outlined in the MOU to ensure that OAT receives the information it needs to conduct reviews of department administrative investigations. 2 notable information sources negotiated and received through these diligent efforts include active and closed investigations lists from the Professional Standards Bureau. Receiving these lists is critical for ensuring that OAT satisfies its duty to review mandatory incidents detailed in City Code Section 20-6, as well as allowing OAT to identify other incidents to review under our discretionary authority detailed in Section 20-7. Our most well-known focus area is reviewing Phoenix Police Department administrative investigations. Currently, OAT is reviewing 88 cases and has issued a total of 103 monitoring notices. 84% of the current active caseload fall under OAT's mandatory authority under PCC Section 20-6, which includes officer-involved shootings, in-custody deaths, serious physical injury incidents, and incidents involving certain alleged criminal law violations. 16% fall under OAT's discretionary authority under PCC Section 20-7, which allows broad discretion for additional cases to review. OAT has completed and released 15 monitoring reports since February 2024. Across 13 of those reports, OAT has made 17 distinct recommendations. All of the recommendations connect to the fundamentals of accountability and transparency. All of OAT's recommendations work together to improve understanding of the department's decision-making processes and provide assurance to the community and city leadership that findings are firmly rooted in thorough investigations and consistent, well-thought application of logic and policy. Some key recommendations include 1, elicit answers regarding law, policy, and training. As a foundation for the within or out of policy analysis, this is critical for complete and thorough investigations, sound findings, and accurately applied accountability. 2, conduct a full Professional Standards Bureau investigation. Consistency in policy and practice are key for transparency and accountability. Significant incidents, including those with serious injury or serious misconduct allegations, require a full examination and investigation to ensure accountability. Making sure that the Professional Standard Bureau's practice aligns with the policy is key for transparency, so everyone knows what incidents PSB should investigate. 3, provide written analysis in support of findings. The most fundamental aspect of transparency is seeing into processes and procedures. In the realm of critical incidents and misconduct, insight into the decision-making is critical for transparency and ensures that conclusions can be understood. 4, include all potential policies implicated by the involved officer's actions. To ensure accountability for all policies, when reviewing conduct, it is critical to identify all opportunities for improvement. Rather than looking only at the highest level of policy violation, all policy violations should be alleged and addressed. And 5, meaningfully explore officers' consideration of de-escalation tactics. As with all of the previous recommendations, full exploration and understanding of officers' decision-making is critical for reaching sound findings. This is necessary for the department to make meaningful progress in evaluating policy, understanding how officers apply it, and identifying where gaps in training or application of policy lead to critical incidents, including officer-involved shootings. The department has responded timely to all issued OAT monitoring reports and has responded to each OAT recommendation. As recommendation implementation dates arrive, and OAT reviews investigations that began after those implementation dates, OAT will report out on the department's compliance with those recommendations. Mediation. Many major civilian oversight entities, including those in Denver, New York City, Philadelphia, and Portland, have police community mediation programs as part of their practice. Since February 2024, OAT has conducted 3 department mediations. This is a significant accomplishment, as many mediation programs in the civilian oversight realm see many years pass before conducting their first mediation. Department mediations can involve complaints that implicate systemic or policy issues, or that highlight conduct concerns across multiple officers or multiple incidents, or where an individual officer cannot be identified. In these department mediations, Phoenix Police Department designees sit down in person or virtually with the concerned community member and OAT's Director of Mediation to engage in a facilitated conversation designed to seek understanding of each other's perspectives. OAT mediation is voluntary and confidential for both the department and the community member, and after each mediation, all participants complete an exit survey to evaluate their experience. So far, OAT mediation has received 100% positive evaluations, with all participants feeling like the mediation allowed for understanding and open communication. Community engagement. Community engagement is the third key piece of OAT's work. This part of the team is what connects OAT to the community it was created to serve. In line with this, OAT onboarded 2 new community engagement coordinators in June, and the OAT community engagement team was fully staffed for the first time since OAT's inception. The growth we've seen has been remarkable. As of today, we've nearly doubled the number of events attended compared to 2023, with 79 events in 2024 so far. And we have many more scheduled through the end of the year. We've also nearly doubled the number of new community organization contacts compared to 2023, with 169 new contacts in 2024. On July 20th, we began recording the number of people we spoke with at community events, and in just 2 months, our OAT team has spoken to almost 4,200 members of the Phoenix public. The Civilian Review Board was established by this council in May in 2024. OAT has been working diligently since then to plan for this board. This includes developing a training plan to ensure the board members have the foundational knowledge necessary to effectively carry out their duties. We anticipate that the first few meetings will be administrative and focus on training. Topics of training include the OAT ordinance and the limitations of Arizona Revised Statute Section 38-1117, OAT complaint and investigation review processes and procedures, key Phoenix Police Department operations orders, the Phoenix Police Department's complaint, misconduct, and use of force processes and procedures, constitutional foundations including Fourth Amendment search and seizure principles, and a glossary of relevant terms and acronyms. Working with the department, OAT will also ensure that the board receives ongoing training on case-specific issues, including deployment of canines, the Special Assistance Unit and Tactical Support Bureau, and less than lethal tools. Once the board is seated, we will begin the process of scheduling the first meeting and moving forward with that training. Members of the community can reach OAT by phone, email, or in person at the OAT office. We have monitors available Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to receive complaints or commendations in person or by phone. And community members can also leave a voicemail or send an email 24/7, and an OAT team member will respond during business hours. We do also have 2 members of our monitor team here today to assist any members of the public who wish to file a complaint or a commendation. Thank you. I now hand it over to Chief Michael Sullivan.
Mayor, members of council, and the public, since the day I arrived at the Phoenix Police Department, I said we must strive to be a self-assessing, self-correcting agency. That was my goal before the DOJ published its report, and it remains the goal today. Having said that, the DOJ report itself is an incredibly valuable opportunity for us to identify additional areas for improvement, building on the changes we, and when I say we, I mean the Phoenix Police Department, I mean mayor and council, and I mean the community, have already made, and recognizing the places where we can start new initiatives. So before we can discuss our plans for the future, I want to pass it to Executive Assistant Chief Dennis Ornder to talk briefly about the improvements we've already made.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak. What I hope we can outline today is our continued commitment to identifying opportunities for improvement and then taking action. Many of these improvements were born from a combination of national programs, mayor and city council approval, or improvements initiated by the department. Other changes were the result of listening to our community or recognizing the need for improvement after a tragic event. As we take a look at this slide, it shows prior improvement initiatives that we have implemented. Initiatives like the body-worn cameras being assigned to all forward-facing personnel for improved transparency. Arizona State University conducted a study on this program and determined that these body-worn cameras increased productivity and decreased citizen complaints. Patrol was fully outfitted with cameras by 2019, and the entire department was outfitted by 2022. Our crisis intervention teams and behavioral health training gives all officers and 911 call takers baseline knowledge in identifying and understanding a mental or behavioral health crisis. The CIT certification program also provides enhanced crisis intervention training to select officers who can assist on calls involving mental and behavioral health. The Community and Police Trust Initiative convened community members from various advocacy groups to review issues affecting police and those they serve. This trust initiative resulted in additional data collection in various areas and now helps us track progress and accountability. The Mayor's Review and Implementation Ad Hoc Subcommittee analyzed 5 reports pertaining to different aspects of police operations, and several of the committee's recommendations were implemented. We adopted principles from the Campaign for Police Change called 8 Can't Wait, and this initiative resulted in several positive improvements to policy and procedure, The executive order on safe policing and safe communities was adopted to ensure the department continues striving to provide transparent, safe, and accountable delivery of services to the community. This led to the department becoming accredited through the Arizona Law Enforcement Accreditation Program, a rigorous accreditation program that recognizes national best standards and practices in policing. With approval from council and various community groups, the Less Lethal Pilot Program gave trained officers tools to de-escalate dangerous situations in 2 precincts. That program was later expanded citywide. With approval from council, the Community Assistance Program was created, and we will detail that further in just a few minutes. And finally, the Office of Accountability and Transparency was created at the city level and provides civilian review of police department internal investigations. We mandated implicit bias training, an 8-hour course for sworn personnel and 4 hours for professional staff that came with another mandatory refresher course a few years after completion. We committed to our critical incident transparency protocol, where the department releases a critical incident briefing video within 14 days of an officer-involved shooting or in-custody death. This video, released to the public, includes body-worn camera footage, 911 calls, and other relevant evidence available at the time. We also released this redacted evidence to the media on the day the video was posted publicly. We've made multiple updates to our policy governing response to resistance, which is our use of force policy. We've added language to protect the sanctity of life, outlined an officer's duty to intervene when necessary and de-escalate confrontations when possible. We banned chokeholds and updated policy which requires officers to render medical aid consistent with the core principle of sanctity of life. And then we banned shooting from or at a moving vehicle. We've also made many improvements to how we respond to calls involving mental and behavioral health. It begins with recruits in the academy who started receiving 40 hours of mental and behavioral health training, which is 32 hours more than what AZ Post requires, and gives our officers a solid foundation in behavioral health training. We've added mental and behavioral health training to the requirement for all officers, including those who received the initial training at the academy. Recognizing the importance of CIT, or Crisis Intervention Training, we assigned a commander to supervise our CIT coordinator. We are lucky to have a coordinator who is internationally recognized in the field of crisis intervention team training. She brings this knowledge to the 40-hour CIT certification course offered to all of our sworn employees by Mercy Care. Once certified, those officers are spread out across all precincts and shifts throughout the city. These officers can also test into our CIT squad program, which are police squads that respond exclusively to mental and behavioral health calls for service. And improving our response starts with training each one of our call takers in 911 and the Communications Bureau. Their training not only happens on the front end, but it also occurs weekly, as we have embedded a mental health clinician in our Communications Bureau to help identify calls in need of diversion. As I mentioned earlier, an important partner in diverting those calls is our Community Assistance Program at the Phoenix Fire Department. These are teams of caseworkers who are dispatched when it's safe to provide targeted help for those in crisis. In recent years, thanks to the City Council, have strengthened our Community Assistance Program with an investment of $15 million. This investment expanded the CAP program to 5 behavioral health units that respond 7 days a week, 20 hours a day, and 6 crisis response units that respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now I'll turn it back over to Chief Sullivan, who will talk about some of the improvements he's helped initiate during the DOJ investigation.
Thank you, Chief Order. When the DOJ announced its pattern and practice investigation, we realized the need to accelerate the pace of our continuous improvement. Now let's talk about how we did it. The Less Lethal program, which Chief Warner just mentioned, was endorsed by various community groups after a pilot program and was expanded to all precincts. This program outfits trained officers with less lethal tools such as pepperball and 40mm deployment platforms. One of the things I did after arriving here is take a critical look at our use of force policy and initiated a full revision. This new policy was created with input from the department, community, and the Department of Justice. The new policy will go into effect when all personnel are trained. So far, more than 2,200 officers have been trained, and we will complete this training by January 1st. Next, the department mandated active bystandership for law enforcement, or ABLE training. This is a nationally recognized best practice from Georgetown University, which empowers and requires employees, regardless of rank, to intervene when they see something out of policy or against the law. The entire department has recently completed this training, and all PD employees will go through a mandatory 2-hour refresher course annually. We implemented an evidence-based training program called Integrating Communication Assessment and Tactics, or ICAT. This training helps officers create time, distance, and cover to de-escalate incidents where someone is armed with something other than a firearm. This training program is anchored by a decision-making model that helps officers assess and make safe, effective decisions and document and learn from their actions. The training emphasizes scenario-based training exercises as well as lecture and case study opportunities. We are currently evaluating this training again to make sure our officers are receiving the most up-to-date lesson plan. And all of this is tracked and implemented by the Organizational Integrity Bureau and the Continuous Improvement Unit, a group of sworn and professional staff who are continuously evaluating and updating policy, training, and accountability measures. Then we created Operations Order 1.6, which covers the prohibition of bias-based policing, which stood up the Crisis Intervention Review Committee that analyzes body-worn camera videos and assesses the response to behavioral health calls for service. This committee is made up of community partners and those with lived experience to make sure that we are always forward-thinking in the way we respond to those in crisis. We created mandatory search and seizure training, which is taught by attorneys and focuses on case law, and Fourth Amendment search warrant requirements. These improvements and many others were in progress long before June 13, 2024, when the Department of Justice published its report. And as I mentioned earlier, this report is a great opportunity to identify additional areas for improvement. The report outlined 10 specific areas of investigation and listed 37 remedial measures. Those 37 remedial measures require roughly 90 actions to complete. These are things that the Department of Justice says that we need to do in order to remedy their accusations. The Continuous Improvement Unit conducted a 2-month review of the report's recommendations and identified 10 projects aligned with areas of the investigation. The overarching themes related to these projects include utilizing guidance from best practice and industry standards, an updated policy and training, a framework for compliance, and external transparency and accountability. And these themes are the basis for creating our future improvement plans. Here's how the continuous improvement process works from beginning to end. Once we identify an area that's in need of improvement, the first step is to research industry best standards and determine if those standards work with Arizona legislative requirements. Then we consult subject matter experts and map out the process from beginning to end. Step 3 is to create a new policy, and this happens with input from everyone, including the public. Once the policy is created, we must develop training, and then come up with a plan to deliver the training across the entire department. Once fully trained, our executive team will sign off on making the policy active and fully implement it department-wide. This next step is vital to long-term success. We need to hold ourselves accountable to this change. This means building and following a framework of compliance, continuously analyzing the data and making sure that the change is effective. This leads to the stages of compliance: initial compliance, full and effective compliance, and finally, sustained compliance. Which brings us back to the beginning of the loop, and we start the entire process over again. So that's the process, and we are already delivering many of these initiatives today. Let's talk about what will be accomplished within the next 6 months. Starting with use of force. We will have the entire department trained on the new use of force policy by January 1st, and refresher training will be completed after that. We will also staff and train our critical incident response team, a group of force experts who will review and provide expert analysis on the most serious incidents, such as officer-involved shootings and in-custody deaths, and any force incident that involves serious injury. We also will make any necessary edits to the use of force policy before putting it into effect. The plan is to make that policy active in the coming months. At the same time, we will begin creating a public-facing policy on the use of canines and create a framework for compliance in these areas. So let's bring back the visual of the continuous improvement process to show where we will be in the cycle in the next 6 months. Here you will see we get to step 6, the policy active part of the implementation phase. The next step will be completing the compliance framework. As for our short-term plans regarding interactions with people experiencing homelessness, we will formally adopt the Office of Homeless Solutions policy on unattended property. And then we will revise the policy governing seized and impounded property. This will include supervisor review of the property seized from those residents experiencing homelessness. And our commitment over the next 6 months here is to get to step 5, getting the training out to our employees. Once that part of the process is complete, we will make the policy active. I, like many in this community, was alarmed to read the accusations from the DOJ of racial disparities in our policing. This finding is unacceptable. So we will take the necessary steps to ensure every community member is treated with dignity and respect. We will complete mandatory search and seizure training, and we anticipate obtaining full compliance in filling out our subject contact data forms, which require officers to document community contacts when there is no enforcement action. This form will include documentation of whether a person is homeless and their racial identity or preferred gender. Also in 2025, we will have the framework in place to ensure compliance for policy related to vehicle and pedestrian stops. In the next 6 months, we can get these remedial measures into step 3 in the continuous improvement process. That gives us time to do research and work with subject matter experts and develop a policy. The 4th area involves protection of First Amendment rights. By the end of this year, we will finalize the First Amendment facilitation and management policy, which will be a guide how our department responds to large-scale gatherings. We will also be reviewing and revising the City of Phoenix permitting process related to street closures. And our commitment to delivering these projects is to finish writing those policies as soon as possible. As for our mental and behavioral health initiatives, we will develop and deliver a training model for our communications personnel, and this will build on the training already mandated of our 911 call takers. And we will be relying on input from our behavioral health partners as we develop that. We will also begin building a robust CIT deployment model and develop new standardized model for continuing education of our CIT personnel. Our 6-month plan for delivering behavioral health piece gets us to the point where we are developing this training with the goal of putting employees through all these courses. The 6th DOJ focus area is on our interactions with youth in the community. We will do the research on legislative requirements and gather our subject matter experts to begin determining the standards of practice for how our officers interact with youth. We will draft new policies related to youth, and we will revise our existing youth-related policies. So here's what that looks like in the continuous improvement process. Steps 4 through 8 will be started once we send out the policy for public comment. The next initiative is about improving our systems of accountability. This piece is vital to ensuring new policies and improvement and efforts are being followed. We have begun a revision of the Memorandum of Understanding that exists between the Phoenix Police Department and the Office of Accountability and Transparency. Now that we've received 15 OAT reports and committed to responding to those reports within 4 weeks, it's a good time to look at the process and make sure the relationship with OAT and the Phoenix Police Department is efficient and effective. We also will continue convening our systems of accountability work groups. These groups are made up of a few dozen city staff from various city departments who review and analyze ongoing accountability measures. And it's important to understand the accountability piece. This is a massive project that touches many different systems and requires a large amount of data collection and data analysis. And this can't be done overnight. But we need to hold ourselves accountable to the change, and that means creating systems that will stand the test of time. Those are the improvements that we can deliver over the next 6 months, but we can't stop there. Sustainability and durability are crucial for building a culture inside our department and trust from outside our department. So we are going to get through each step of the continuous improvement process in all the areas we just talked about. And remember, once we complete the steps, we start over and continue the process again. It never ends. Furthermore, we will strengthen and standardize our systems of accountability, our policy framework, our training framework, and our supervision. That means each of the 4 items will be reviewed and revised to make sure that the goals and expectations are clearly defined and appropriately trained. Achieving initial compliance in all these areas is a great step, but it's not the last step. We are going to let the data drive our ongoing evaluations for these projects. Here's a few things you should know about compliance. Each step must be followed in order to get this right. From review to policy creation to training, and then creating a compliance framework. This is our guide for how we know our department is complying with the new policy. We will do this for all improvement initiatives and monitor the compliance stages as we work through the process, starting with initial compliance, then full and effective compliance, and eventually the ongoing process of sustained compliance. We need data to evaluate our level of compliance. This requires data to be collected, extracted, analyzed, and actioned. The Organizational Integrity Bureau plays a major role here, first identifying solutions for collecting the data from across the department, and then creating transparency and accountability dashboards for our community to follow. The Bureau will stand up an internal data compliance team within the department to conduct ongoing assessment of our performance. We must work with the people of Phoenix to make sure these initiatives are working. As I've said before, the Phoenix Police Department needs to be the police department for everyone, and everyone needs to have a seat at the table, which starts with transparency. That's why we published a website with information and evidence related to the incidents we could identify in the Department of Justice report. So we will go on the road to community meetings across council districts to receive input. This will help us identify priorities and finalize plans. We will also provide opportunities for written feedback and involve members of the police department by convening work groups to hear from our officers about what's working and what we can do better. Because that's the point. We should always want to do better, and that's the point of continuous improvement. I'll now turn it over to Assistant City Manager Lori Bays.
Mayor, members of the council, get to this next slide. Our request to you today is approval of the following direction to staff, and this is item number 2 on the agenda. Research and submit a plan to council to procure an early intervention system, to launch cultural competency training in partnership with Tribal Nation police departments, launch the First Amendment facilitation and management policy for community feedback, to develop a biennial training plan for crisis intervention team officers, to explore youth prevention programming, to explore additional services to be potentially provided by civilian staff rather than sworn Phoenix PD employees, and finally, to conduct a community engagement process to assist in developing a continuous improvement plan. For item number 3, we request council approval for the following: the creation of 4 new positions within the Phoenix Police Department, including 1 police research supervisor and 3 police research analysts to make up the newly developed compliance analyst team. Second, to convert 14 temporary full-time positions in the Office of Office of Homeless Solutions to ongoing status. And the total cost of these recommendations is approximately $2.5 million annually, which will be incorporated into the proposed 25-26 fiscal year budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much to everyone who presented today. It's an enormous amount of work. It's really changed how we design the City of Phoenix government, and appreciate all the hard work that went into today's presentations. For many of you in the room, you heard enactment of recommendations you made. There was probably no recommendation we heard more than restructure the way the city addresses homelessness. And we stepped up as Maricopa counties really stepped down with their more active role. We have taken on a lot of new work. It's hard to pick favorite pictures, but those individuals holding their keys, it's just really incredible, and how happy they were. We as elected officials are lucky we get to see the result of the work sometimes, and we wish just everyone could be there, because so many people in this room have supported us with the decisions that led to folks getting those keys. But it was neat to see those pictures and just think about the stories behind them. We are making some very important steps forward related to public safety, and some really led by the members at this dais. We have a long history at the City Council of the elected officials leading on public safety reforms, body-worn cameras, the change where we banned chokeholds, Office of Accountability and Transparency, the Community Assistance Program. We will put forward in Agenda Item 4 some ideas where I've worked closely with Council members Robinson and Hodge Washington on the recommendations, but it really is a culmination of ideas that have been shared by members of this council, the community, advocacy groups, people with professional expertise. We can't, the people up here don't do it to get credit, but just want to recognize so many of the ideas have come from people in this room. Councilmember Galindo Elvira, I mean, there were several times during the heat presentation where we could have really stopped and thanked you for what work you have done with your leadership and in your district there. You've also been a really passionate advocate of looking at the Discipline Review Board and making sure citizens get their voice there. Councilwoman O'Brien, really an incredible leader on the community, many initiatives, but the Community Court Initiative, and making sure we are using that tool to try to end homelessness and find solutions. Also want to recognize your leadership on crisis intervention teams and making sure we use those as effectively as possible. For those of you who attend these meetings regularly, you know Councilwoman Gardado speaks regularly about our investigations and the timelines that we need accountability and recognize your leadership. We will also in items, part 6 of item 4, speak about the shortage of dispatchers. A lot of you have mentioned that as well, but that's one Councilman Gardado has been working at a long time. Can we hire more folks, get them trained, and make sure that they know about these great new tools we have, including the Community Assistance Program. The item will include making sure we are 24/7 staffed on that Community Assistance Program, so we have folks with that social worker expertise to go when we get emergency situations and long-term challenges. You heard a little bit in the beginning, but Councilwoman Stark has been so passionate about making sure we do well for all of our communities, including those most vulnerable. We got a lot of different recommendations of policies to update, but she has been an incredible leader on saying, first, we should look at those who are most vulnerable, particularly children and vulnerable populations such as people with disabilities. Councilwoman Pastor working very hard on training. She also co-led our effort to look at our policies around immigration. If you've been attending these meetings for a while, there was a time when interactions around immigration were the things we heard the most often, and it's a credit to her and other individuals that is not an issue we hear as much as we used to, so appreciate your leadership there. Councilman Waring has been very focused on getting police to focus on crime and making sure we are very focused on results. Can we, when we spend dollars on homelessness, can we get more of those pictures with the keys and people holding those keys? We heard directly from community members, including some in this room, about the use of body-worn cameras for our special assignments unit. That is part of today. Creating a better process for filing complaints and much more. Today we'll have a chance to talk about a new hotline for complaints, as well as an additional tool in the precincts to improve how we respond to complaints and to make sure we look at the full picture. I will next recognize Councilman Robinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. At this point, Mayor, I move to approve items 2, 3, and 4.
Second.
Mayor, we have a motion from Councilman Robinson and a second from Councilwoman Washington, and I'll go to Councilman Robinson to elaborate more, in part because we have not fully explained item 4.
Mayor, thank you very much. First of all, I want to make mention of the fact, starting with Director Milne and her efforts. I've had an opportunity to attend or to go out to her sites, the Navigation Center, all the sites. I think it's important for us to understand completely about what is being done and the amount of work that is being accomplished by Director Milne and her staff. It's been tremendous. You guys you deserve a great deal of credit, and my deep appreciation for your hard work and dedication to some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And you guys are doing what I think is wonderful work. So thank you for that. Director Jahani, the work that you have been able to do in the short amount of time that OAT has been in its existence, it's something to, for anybody who pays attention to these types of things, it's something to really appreciate, simply because you're really taking the opinion of the public or the voice of the public into account for what can sometimes be what is thought to be an adversarial relationship with the police department. Maybe it is sometimes, but your office has been exceptional in what it has done thus far. And we know it's limited with what it can do, but what you have done, you deserve a great deal of credit and appreciation for that. And I'll go to the police department at this point. Chief Sullivan, and some of the information that was listed in item number 4, but I'll make mention of the fact that Chief Sullivan, the amount of work that has been done in your tenure on the police department is tremendous. You're forward-thinking, forward-looking. I heard someone say one time, or ask Wayne Gretzky, how come he was so good at hockey? He said he just figured out where the puck was going to be and he skated to that point. What I am seeing with the work that Chief Sullivan is doing, just truly recognizing where we are going, what is going to be anticipated, he's already there. So Chief, you and your staff, thank you very much for that. And I wanted to make mention with regard to item number 4, I have tons of notes, bear with me one second. On slide number, I think it's slide number 52, the chief talked about the DOJ investigations, the report in the City of Phoenix review, that the DOJ recommended 37 remedial measures to improve public safety, and it was organized into 10 specific areas. The information listed in item number 4, I believe, addresses a great deal of those issues that are mentioned there. What we are hoping to accomplish with the recommendations being made by the mayor, Councilwoman Washington, and myself in that memorandum is that we know what needs to be done. Let's go ahead and get it done. We know where the criticisms have been. I believe a lot of this addresses those criticisms. There's one specific thing in there that I researched a great deal, and that deals with the Professional Standards Bureau assigning an additional inspections supervisor to each one of the precincts. I feel strongly about that because one of the things I've noted, and I'm sure everyone else up here has noted it as well, that when we see those videos, one of the steps that the department has taken and releasing, from a full transparency standpoint, releasing the officer-involved shooting videos. One of the things I noted bothers me a little bit, but I understand how things happen, and they happen very quickly. I noted that there wasn't a lot of supervision on scene ahead of time. Sometimes you can't predict that, I assure you. It's not something that can be predicted. But I've also talked to a great deal of supervisors who spend a lot of time in the office doing work. And I get that, that's a part of the job itself. Our idea of assigning and this goes to everything else that we're recommending, assigning an inspection sergeant to the precincts allows for that particular individual to deal with those types of issues, to conduct those investigations, to be proactive in a lot of areas, and to do things that that patrol sergeant no longer has to concern themselves with. That patrol sergeant is then out on the street. You know, one of those recommendations is the amount of supervision. And I would argue, and I think I can do it quite forcefully and successfully, that having our first-line supervisors who are properly trained, and that's addressed throughout the whole thing, having our first-line supervisors out on the street, providing leadership and giving direction would allow us to be, as Chief Sullivan has said repeatedly, a self-assessing and a self-correcting organization. And I think that is critical with regard to what we are trying to approve here. So Chief Sullivan, Director Jahani, Director Milne, thank you all. You have been doing a tremendous amount of work. And Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak for a few minutes.
Thank you for your expertise and making sure we staff in as smart as way possible. We will go to Councilwoman Hodge Washington and then Councilwoman O'Brien.
Mayor, can I go next after that?
Councilwoman Hodge Washington.
Okay. I want to also say thank you to the staff that presented today and the staff that implements the policy recommendations as move forward. I also want to say thank you to all the department leads. Thank you for your hard work, all the updates you did for us, and your service in general to the citizens of this city. These are complex and nuanced issues, but I believe the recommendations are steps in the right direction. I want to take a few minutes to say thank you specifically to the Office of Homeless Solutions. Many times we contact you about the encampments and we focus on those that have not yet availed themselves of the services, but we have seen a tangible difference in the amount of individuals that are unsheltered, and that would not have been possible but for the consistent and comprehensive effort of leading with services while also expanding our shelter capacity. I will forever remember my first day, my day observing our observation outside the area outside of the Keys campus, where I watched individuals who were unsheltered interact with our Office of Homeless Solutions, and many of them accepted services. I also saw this between the first day and the last day where there was some resistance, but I do think that we have shown that the innovation that the city has employed in that area, whether it be with the use of the X-Wings or the safe outdoor space, we are trying to provide different modes of opportunity for individuals to not be unhoused. I know there was some skepticism about whether or not we would be able to maintain the area outside of the Keys campus, and I'm proud to say that we have done a great job, and I want to make sure we say thank you to the Office of Homeless Solutions for that. I also wanted to say thank you to the Office of Accountability and Transparency. Many of your recommendations are capsulated inside of item number 4. I read those and we made it a point to ensure that those were in there. I also want to say thank you to the police department. I thank you for your service and your openness. Thank you, Chief Sullivan, for outlining a very detailed plan of what we hope to see. Regardless of how the DOJ investigation proceeds, I am given optimism by the fact that we are looking forward to moving forward with these recommendations. And I value your insight and experiences as we move forward together. I do not take for granted that your work is difficult and at times dangerous. Similar to never forgetting my first incidents outside of that encampment, I will forever remember my experience last week as I attended my first fallen officer service. The work is dangerous and it has to be balanced. It is not, many of these items I wanted to start off by saying that they shouldn't be viewed as top-down directives. For me, they represent the feedback from extensive community conversations as well and listening sessions that occurred both before and after the DOJ report was released. The proposal seeks to incorporate the input of our residents, the community leaders, public safety experts, and civil rights organizations. I think the reforms reflect the voice, concerns, and aspirations of our community. For me, reestablishing and strengthening community trust, along with ensuring constitutional policing, were at the heart of my input into this proposal. Some key excerpts from the reforms that I think will significantly impact our community trust, as mentioned, was more thoroughly documenting our police activity through enhanced data collection on stop, searches, and use of force. I think the transparency is important to rebuilding trust. It also helps to provide accountability and provide an objective record of community and police interaction. I've heard from both positive and negative police interactions. And one of the things we strive to do is making sure there were clear expectations on timeframes in the investigative process, which will eliminate some of those concerns. We also wanted to ensure that there was a level of improved handling of citizens' complaint. And one of the suggestions I received from the NAACP was a dedicated hotline that to show for individuals to be able to call in those complaints. They were not as aware of the Office of Accountability and Transparency, but we wanted to make sure that every avenue that was necessary was available. We also think it's important to update our policies for interacting with young and vulnerable populations, including our unsheltered, but those policies need to be crafted with community input. This demonstrates our commitment to protecting all members of our community. Similar to the process engaged with the use of force, we should definitely make sure that our community is engaged in the process of some of that. And then the response to mental and behavioral health concern was a continued issue we raised by the community. And it was largely universal in support of the Community Assistance Program and the Crisis Intervention Team. So item 4 would expand the community assistance dispatch coverage to 24/7, because we know those needs are not during business hours, they are not limited to certain days. And we would also ensure that our crisis intervention team prioritizes the duties that are core to that team. Again, these proposals will not be the end all. And that's why a key component for me in item 4 was making sure there was a regular review and community updates on the progress of these reports and recommendations to the council on what we could do better. This ensures that the public continues to be informed along every step of the way. Together, I think we can make this strides, and I think these items are the beginning good steps. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to voice my statements on item 2 through 4.
Thank you for all the many meetings you put into it. Councilwoman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this list of policy reform recommendations is comprehensive and a great continuation of the efforts we as council members continue to make to ensure Phoenix performs at a high-performing police department. I would like to make an additional bullet point to the proposed item, and I'm introducing a substitute motion. It is imperative that we take every step we can to fully staff the city's dispatch team, and I support every suggestion in this memo. After having many conversations with dispatchers and community members, we're finding equal amounts of frustrations over our Crime Stop line from both sides. Community members express frustrations over the long wait times when calling Crime Stop, and dispatchers grow concerned and anxious when they see a backlog of unanswered Crime Stop calls or 911 calls. What I didn't know before, but I've learned in my conversations, is that our 911 dispatchers are the very same people that are responsible for handling those Crime Stop calls. While 911 calls obviously take a priority to the Crime Stop calls, what ends up happening is Crime Stop calls start to pile up, or 911 calls remain on hold as dispatchers finish with existing Crime Stop requests. And I know that a community member shared an experience with the mayor not long ago, which then caused me to have a nightmare about our dispatchers not being able to answer phones and get folks out to our priority 1 calls. So in conversations, we've uncovered how other municipalities across the country have solved this problem for their non-emergency lines. by implementing a voice-activated intelligence non-emergency line that is fully capable of appropriately dispatching for non-emergency calls. Already, this system in Portland, Oregon has been able to answer 24,000 non-emergency calls in a single month. These are not our priority 911 calls. These are Crime Stop calls. And you would still have the option to speak to a live person if you don't want to go through this activated intelligence line. With this system, we can remove the long wait times our community members experience for a dispatcher to answer their non-emergency calls. We can further prioritize our emergency calls with our dispatchers and ensure no one, no matter the emergency or non-emergency, will have to wait to get their call appropriately dispatched. With that, I'd like to introduce a substitute motion to include 2, 3, and 4, and add a directive that staff return to the October 22nd policy meeting with a proposal to implement new technology, such as a voice-activated intelligence system, for Crime Stop no later than the end of the first quarter of 2025.
Do we have a motion on the table before we move on? Do we have a second?
Can I?
I will second.
All right, then we'll let Councilwoman Stark speak to the second, and then we will go to the...
Thank you. Thank you. I support the amendment. As we all know, I have a brother that lives in Portland, Oregon, and he said it's a very effective tool, and so I think it's something we should pursue, and I appreciate it. And I also want to thank Councilman Robinson and Councilwoman Washington, as well as the mayor, for your thoughtful memo. You really put a lot of detail, and you put a lot of work into it, and I'm very supportive of the recommendations. This is tough. I mean, this is really tough. I will tell you, especially when it comes to children. 30 years ago, my son was in kindergarten at a school where the coach was arrested for molesting a lot of young boys. And quite frankly, there were some concerns with the way the police department handled their part of it. It wasn't a school resource officer, rather it was a DARE officer. And I've had some long discussions with Chief Sullivan, and he assures me we've come a long way from those days, that there is much more training when it comes to working with children, and I think there's a lot more we can do. I've also talked to the chief about how we handle people with disabilities. I wear hearing aids. I am losing my hearing. Thank God for hearing aids, but there are people that cannot hear, and they carry cards that say, I cannot hear. And I've asked them, what if they pull out that card if they're stopped by the police? How do you handle that? And now there's training for that. So over the years, the police department gets better and better, but that doesn't mean the training should stop, that we need to continue to improve. And so I really do appreciate, especially you, Chief Sullivan, recognizing that it's constant, it's fluid. Our society changes, we have to address those issues, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the police department for stepping up for that. I also want to thank the Office of Homeless Solutions. As you know, Cleo Lewis is a minister in Sunny Slope, and he spends a lot of valuable time with the Office of Homeless Solutions, and he has said he has seen a real difference in what you guys are doing. As a matter of fact, you really are assisting public safety. You're taking some of the burden away from public safety so they can actually do policing. And so I appreciate that. And Shannon, I appreciate everything you're doing too. You've been very responsive, you're considerate. You talk to everybody in the community. You work with the police. You work with the Office of Homeless Solution. You work with mayor and council. And for that, I'm very appreciative. So I do, again, want to thank the council members and the mayor who put the memo together. I thought it's very thoughtful. It doesn't stop here, though. We've got to implement, and we need to continue our improvements. And thank you so much, Mayor, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, Councilwoman O'Brien, you were not done.
I just have, are you taking all of council comments now, or will there be council comments after the public comments?
I think we should do both.
Okay, then I'd like to wait till after public comment related to.
Okay, we'll go to Councilwoman Gardado and then Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have read the DOJ's report. The DOJ has said they would like to work constructively with city officials, and I hope that that is exactly what they will do. Like the DOJ, we are committed to the principles of justice and protecting the civil rights of everyone in our city. That is why we have worked together as a council to chart a path forward, engaging our communities to bring forth many reforms like the ones discussed today, meant to address the very concerns the DOJ mentions in its report. While it is still early in the process of deliberating on a report that took years to produce, we are working diligently to process a report properly while considering the best way forward for our residents. When it comes to the rapidly growing unhoused community, there must be a multi-pronged approach to effectively address the crisis of a rapidly growing unhoused community, and the steps in item 2 of today's agenda are a step in the right direction. This issue demands immediate and comprehensive strategies that encompass housing solutions, support services, and I'll say it again, community engagement. It is imperative that we collaborate with local organizations, government agencies, and stakeholders to implement sustainable solutions that not only provide shelter, but also address the underlying causes of homelessness. We know that this is just the beginning of these talks, and we are going to find the best solution that's going to work for everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pastor.
Thank you. Actually, this is for staff. And I'm going to go to Office of Homeless Solutions. I believe we have done a great, and it takes a collective, we've done a great job in this whole transformation. And we have moved forward. My question is, all of these shelters that we have done, the navigation center, everything, will that be in the general budget for the future? And the safe outdoor storage space?
Mayor and members of the council, as of right now, most of the operations from the Office of Homeless Solutions, other than their operating costs for the staff, which we talked about today, their programming is largely funded through temporary funding from the American Rescue Plan Act dollars. So what we're doing now is obviously we've been going through a reallocation exercise every 6 months. So I'm working now to identify funding that will perpetuate those funds for the next fiscal year if we're lucky. If not, we will need to try to transition those programs into the general fund at some point if the grant funding doesn't sustain them beyond the time frame that I'm trying to continue them.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to go to, you actually hit on, I think it's slide 45. Slide 45 was the major improvement initiatives prior to DOJ's investigation, which will then hit on OAT. If you look at that, and you probably don't have it, but on bullet 3, Community and Police Trust Initiative, I became very active with the Community Police Trust Initiative and watched it as it went through its process and worked with the community and when it was developed. Pretty much all items were implemented except the last 3. And it was very clear on why the last 3 were not implemented and what needed to change, because it was policy change. And that was in 2016. Then the mayor's review and implementation ad hoc came about, and those 3 items came about again. Well, what I want to say is that on 2021, and it took some time right before 2021 when we passed it, there was a large collective that pushed for the Office of Accountability and Transparency. And that collective, I was a part of that because in 2015 of the Community Police Trust Initiative, that's what they were asking for. And that's how the Office of Accountability and Transparency came about, with a strong collective of making it happen. So I'm going to thank I'm going to thank that collective for doing that, because now it's being embedded and saying it's in the department of the DOJ and these are the things that we did. But how we got there was a push, pull me, and a struggle to get there. So I just want to be clear on that. And I think we've done a great job to get there. Item 2, I appreciate bullet number 5, the youth prevention, and number 6. But I want to make sure that we are not just creating a youth prevention program. I want to make sure that there's community-based alternatives to address like drug use, mental health. I just don't want it to be a youth prevention after-school program. It's really true prevention. And kids aren't, we think about kids idling and they need something after school. Time has changed. We need more than that. And we need to understand the struggles that they are facing, and particularly poverty. And what is it that we need? Health. If they are sick, where can they go? And it's affordable. So this is, to me, a more bigger social service piece that I would like us to look at. Item number 2, the other thing is there's a key strategy to address the DOJ infractions is to reduce the number of interactions police have with residents and replace with services from non-police departments and staff. I need clarity or clarification when you say civilian staff. Does that mean police civilian staff, or that means civilian staff?
So Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, it could be either. There have been occasions already where we have civilian staff outside of the police department, for example, CAP or Office of Homeless Solutions, that have been deployed to essentially take things off of the plates of what were otherwise sworn officer duties. What we are proposing is that we explore additional opportunities to do that either outside of or within the police department. And ways we have done that has been with like police assistants or other civilian investigators or those types of positions that have done the same within the police department. There are components of the ASU Calls for Service study that you may recall that was done a couple years ago that have not yet been implemented, that we can continue to explore implementation of those pieces and also additional opportunities outside of those recommendations as well. So it could be either.
Okay, I would just recommend some community voice in that and engagement. The other thing that I have asked is, are these staff recommendations, were they used to create then the 3-person memo? Because they, to me, when I was looking at comparing the memo and item number 2, they're a little different, but I'm not sure. I don't know, whoever wrote.
I would say the Office of Accountability reports, which are very useful and very substantive, were very important. The DOJ report, I think the staff was responding to it, and the 3-person memo was responding to it. And then I think as recently as the last council meeting, we got feedback about body-worn cameras, and so we're also responding to, I mean, it's been many, many council meetings, but public feedback. So multiple sources. I don't know if Councilman Hudge, and then also other sources, including everyone had met with different sources. So Councilman Hodge Washington mentioned that NAACP was the source of one of the recommendations. So widely sourced. Is that fair to my colleagues?
I think that's fair. Your question is whether or not we worked with staff in preparing this memo?
No, I was just, because I was looking at item number 2, and item number 2 where the 1 through 7 bullets.
Yes.
I'm assuming that these are infused in the 3-person memo. Like they're embedded or part of the categories, because in the 3-person memo, there's 7 items also. So these will be addressed also in the 3-person memo.
If the item is approved, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we haven't talked about item number 4, so is that, will we go to item number 4 and discuss item number 4?
I think we can discuss anything, but
Okay, I'm just asking only because,
I go to Councilman Galindo over here and then come back after everyone's done their first round?
no, I'm just asking if, about item number 4, if that's going to be presented or no. Okay, that's why I'm asking.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4, it asks for enhancements. And so one of the areas that I would like to look at as for enhancements is to add a mechanism, really to add a needs assessment for the public. And for us to create a needs assessment for the public to know what we're working towards and how we're doing it. That way, there's a commitment from both us and with the community. We can discuss what that looks like. But I believe if we do a crosswalk of what's needed and where we need to improve, it would be great. It would be, I think the community would appreciate that. The other piece is that in this item, I would like to see a timeline of when these things will, or add a timeline, a budget to it, and what does the outreach look like? And that's all I have.
Great, Councilman Galindo Rivera. Wait, is that right? Is that who I said next? Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I read the DOJ report and understood the seriousness of its findings. We cannot dodge, deny, or delay our way out of the responsibility to respond and to act. Tonight is not the last word or action needed on reform. This must be a true continuous improvement process. I'm pleased that throughout the presentations this evening before the council, that community was included in all aspects of implementation, from OHS all the way to the police department. The community cannot be left out. Their voice must be active and ever present throughout all of this process. The work of the Office of Homeless Solutions touches the entirety of the city. In particular, District 7 is a focal point of the homelessness issue, and I appreciate the work of Rachel and her team for really taking a holistic approach in addressing and aiding the unhoused. The issue of behavioral health is many times overlooked. It's left out because it's too sensitive to talk about or taboo. In today's presentations, behavioral health was front and center to be addressed and included as part of the solution to assist residents. We cannot arrest our way out of homelessness, but we can lead in services, especially with behavioral health services. The Community Assistance Program is one of the shining stars of the city of Phoenix, and it is one of the best hands-on work dealing with the issue of behavioral health, and it also lends itself to a great deal of compassion. And in the topic of the crucial work and topic of public safety, we have to acknowledge the intensive and valued work of our firefighters. They play a crucial role at the city of Phoenix, and I want to say thank you to them for the work they do day in and day out in complementing with the work of the police department as well as the city as a whole. The crisis intervention team, their work is challenging under the most circumstances, sometimes even as it deals with attempted suicide. In the first days of my office, I had a chance to meet with the team and their lead to hear about their work, and I have nothing but high praise for the work that they do in de-escalation and in saving lives in very in incredible situations. And regarding the memo, item number 4, I appreciate the inclusion of more representation by the community on the disciplinary review board. This is a vital voice in the decision-making process, and I want to thank Council members Keisha Hodge-Washington and Kevin Robinson and the mayor for inclusion in the memo. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Let's see. any council members have additional comment before we go to public comment? Okay, it looks like we're ready for public comment. We'll begin with Shannon McBride. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, Shannon, just give me a second. Our city attorney usually introduces public comment, and
Thank you, Mayor.
will ask her to do that.
Members of the public may speak for up to 2 minutes to comment on an agenda item. Comments must be related to the item. General comments that go beyond the scope of the item must be made at another time. The City Council and staff cannot discuss or comment on matters related to pending investigations, claims, or litigation. City Code requires speakers to present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Profane language, threats, or personal attacks on members of the public, council members, or staff are not allowed. A person who violates these rules will lose the opportunity to continue to speak.
Thank you for being patient, Shannon. We'll go to Shannon and then Craig Tripkin.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon McBride. I am the founder of the 19 North Community Alliance, which is a nonprofit that works to make communities safer by facilitating cross-functional collaboration between city offices, landowners, businesses, and residents, and other nonprofit organizations. I began this work about 7 years ago in response to an outrage from the community regarding significant increase in crime in the area. Because they had not yet identified root causes for these crimes, people labeled it as homelessness. We now know that the crimes that are harming our community are correlated with the opioid crisis that plagues our nation. We've also learned that homelessness is the result of many variables, including addiction, trauma, and mental illness. I've had the honor of working with city offices to both better understand the problems we are facing while identifying innovative solutions that improve public safety. The learning curve for all of us has been steep. We simultaneously are learning what the problem is about while we're creating affordable solutions, while we're continually improving those solutions, while we are building new collaborations to share the responsibility of those improvements, all at the same time. I have proudly watched the Office of Homeless Solutions uphold human dignity as the priority and qualification for any new programs or solutions. As examples, the city has successfully created healthy collaborations between city departments, community bridges, community medical services, the Phoenix Rescue Mission, ADOT, and many other partners to address the issues related to encampments, ensuring that the needs and safety of the individuals as well as the property owners are taken into consideration. The city created a new Office of Homeless Solutions to put the concerns and needs of individuals experiencing homelessness at the front of the line for new efforts and resources. There has been a posture change within the city's response to the community's frustration with drug-related crimes, providing not only a quick response and resources and support, but also the vital context. Okay, that means stop. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Craig Tripkin and then Senator Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I was a member of the Phoenix Homeless Task Force that was appointed several years ago, and I want to say the cities and staff has done an absolutely marvelous job of following what I think was a fairly thorough plan, but also taking it to a new level. And I'm very proud of the city for what it's done. Homelessness is bad for the individual, it's bad for the neighborhood, and it's bad for the city. I want to say what sort of everybody knows, which is the cycle of ending homelessness is going to go from outreach to shelter, and we all know that we need more shelter beds, and the city's worked hard at that, to services and robust, that's hard to say, a robust behavioral health and substance abuse system. And I guess I'll close with two things. Number one, the city, we advocates and the city needs to really work hard to get the legislature to fund the robust services that are necessary for substance abuse and behavioral health. The city can't do that alone. It's been said many times here today. City can't do it alone, period. End of point. The last thing I'll say is that this is a regional problem. As many of you know, I work for a New Leaf, and we have what used to be the largest East Valley Men's Center shelter in the East Valley, and about 30% of our residents are City of Phoenix residents. And I'll leave it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ana Hernandez is next, followed by Yvette Bro.
Thank you, Ana Hernandez, lifelong City of Phoenix resident. As elected leaders, it is on us, we own it, to make sure that we do everything in our power to make the conditions for the people in our communities better. And I think that we all know why we're having this meeting, and it's because of the DOJ investigation. To one of the comments that a council member made, we have known what the issues have been for years. We are way past time to implement changes that should have happened prior to the DOJ investigation. There was a lot of information that was presented today to the public, and I think it's very important, but I hope that the public also understands that there's a lot of paths and tactics that are happening at very many different levels of government, all the way up to the congressional level, to discredit this report, that I think in the long run is a disservice to our communities, because it's gonna prevent from actual changes taking place. We can talk about all the reforms we want, but until there is a solid piece in place to make sure that accountability happens when these policy failures happen, we're not gonna get out of this perpetual cycle that we are seeing. That is something that can happen without the DOJ report. There is no reason why, if an officer fails to render aid as provided by the policies of the department, that they should be able to retain their job. And that is what's happening. We can sink billions of dollars into a department that ultimately is not capable of policing itself, and we have seen that over the years. We have to challenge ourselves to work with the community leaders and those most impacted by what is happening in our city to really address and bring the solutions that are needed. We have to invest into the root cause of why things are happening, because all of these issues are tied together. We cannot solve homelessness by criminalizing. The city should never pass a ban of someone being criminally charged for camping 500 feet from certain places. That doesn't fix the problem. So I would hope and urge the council to look at root cause solutions and ensure that the changes that need to happen can actually happen, and that we are not contributing and keeping us in this perpetual cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvette is next, followed by Marty Winkler. And I'm sorry, not Yvette.
Yeah, I'm filling in for Yvette.
Okay, then we'll go later, but I'm sorry. Marty Winkler will be next. Marty Winkler is next.
My name is Marty Winkler, Marty with an I. Search Martha Winkler versus City of Phoenix Officer Jason Gillespie, and search Facebook Justice for Marty Winkler to see my horrific story and pictures. The words transparency, accountability, public safety, law enforcement, and protect and serve are a cruel joke to extreme Phoenix police victims. There is only one solution. That has to be a consent decree on the extremely corrupt and violent Phoenix police. Nobody knows it better than me. I have been living a nightmare for 10 years after Officer Jason Gillespie almost killed me with his bare hands in a fit of rage because he thought I called the police too many times. I politely asked for a supervisor twice, and he said in federal court he didn't care why I called, and immediately intended to teach me a lesson that I wouldn't survive or I would never forget, because he knew there was no body camera, and all of his blue buddies and the city of Phoenix immediately and continuously did everything to cover up an unspeakable act of violence on an innocent, unarmed, innocent senior woman who called the police for help. In their extreme corruption to cover for him, he's been promoted numerous times and is now shockingly making $220,000, while I have been permanently disabled and survive on meager disability. Again, shockingly, they have Jason Gillespie training at Desert Horizon Precinct or the Academy, apparently how to kill grandmothers, fracturing their skulls, traumatic brain injury, almost losing an eye, and a dislocated jaw. For 10 years, I have been fighting the evil that is the city of Phoenix, and Phoenix police have done everything in their power to fight my federal civil rights case, aided by ruthless defense attorney Kathleen Weineke Law. And only by a miracle I won an appeal when I was appointed one of the best appeal law firms in the country, and my case will be going to retrial sometime in the next year. Justice for Marty Winkler. Never give up against the corrupt and violent Phoenix police.
Thank you. We'll go to Denise Viner, followed by Ann Ender.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just here to maybe speak about something that it also needs to be told. When we work for anyone, any company, any organization, and we have great leaders, we perform well. But when we have supervisors or management or leaders who are basically unfair to the employees, whether it's with the city of Phoenix, police department or not, you can expect our officers to behave their best. We have officers that also, their voices can't be heard because they're not allowed to speak up. But we have officers who, or police department, who are crying out for help in the management positions because we are short in staff. Let's take 200, for example. Our commands, lieutenants or sergeants get letters letting them know that they will be disciplined if they do not follow certain rules. We have, I might sound like a scrambled egg right now, but I don't care. Some of you will know what I'm talking about. But when our police officers or our department needs extra help, and officers, also commanders or sergeants are willing to work the overtime and they are told no, that is unacceptable. Because there's time that we have 4 to 5, 6 officers in an area, large area, with thousands and thousands of community and citizens. They're putting their life at risk, and they're putting our life at risk as well. I will be working with my community in the 200 area and inform them that we need to do something because those officers in that area, they need to be heard.
Thank you. Denise, Ann Ender will be next, followed by Amy Schwabenlander.
I just lost my notes. Oh, boy. This is a tough act. I mean, this is a really, I came here to say that I support all of the efforts that all of you have done to protect the police department, to protect the community and us. But right now, what I'm really struggling with, and I just bear with me because it's relevant, is that I'm struggling with what's happened in the last 3 weeks. And I can't reconcile the violence against our police officers and losing. I mean, I want you all to think about the sacrifice this young man made for our public safety. Because that's what it was, and that's what all of our police officers do. Are there people that are bad, that do things wrong? Yes, that's all of us. But these efforts of our council to protect us from having oversight from the federal government is really, it's wonderful, and I appreciate what you're doing. But this is something that has grabbed my heart, and I hope you'll all think about both sides of what's happening in our world. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy is next, followed by Elizabeth Venable.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Amy Schwabenlander, CEO of Keys to Change at 12th Avenue in Madison. And first, before I go into my remarks, I want to thank everyone who's sharing their emotional powerful testimony. Keys to Change operates the Key Campus at 12th Avenue in Madison, as well as other regional programs. We're here to support and appreciate the City of Phoenix Office of Homeless Solutions. Prior to the creation of OHS, there was a lack of connectivity to the city as providers of services to those who are unhoused, and a commitment to serving and solving the issues of homelessness was missing. Since OHS was launched in 2022, Keys to Change has witnessed the focus of the city staff on partnering to address unsheltered homelessness, particularly in the neighborhood around Key Campus. We applaud the city for working to create dignified responses to the large encampment that once reached 1,000 people. Nonprofit 501c3 organizations cannot serve and solve homelessness alone, particularly when the unhoused are in public spaces and easements. Our organizations do not have the authority to enforce or require any action or connection to service. We need the partnership with local government to co-create strategies and solutions. OHS has become a place for us to have open lines of communication, to share feedback, and to at times push back so that together we serve the unhoused in the most humane manner. OHS is now a bridge between services and clients, services and law enforcement, services in other city departments. We can seek collaboration, voice concern, ask for assistance, and offer solution-centered and client-centered input. OHS offers a way to have checks and balances for the various systems that interact with the homeless population. Keys to Change supports the continuation of the Office of Homeless Solutions and looks forward to ongoing collaboration to address and end homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth is next, followed by Jessica Berg.
Okay. I'm Elizabeth Venable. For people that don't know who I am, I run an organization called Fund for Empowerment. We have civil rights litigation against the city of Phoenix. It largely concerns the policing practices surrounding homelessness, and there are several issues at play. Even though the Supreme Court recently said that it is legal to criminalize sleeping camping in terms of criminal citations, there are a lot of issues that are still ongoing. It has always been my opinion that, okay, the city of Phoenix is sometimes responsive, but the thing that you respond to most are external accountability measures, such as Fund for Empowerment has been involved with our litigation, such as the Department of Justice investigation, for which we were responsible for getting the vast majority of the participation from the unhoused community, with at least over 100 participants coming directly from our organization, because there was 133. And it's believed that it's through these stories and the sharing of these stories to a wide variety of institutions that we have forced action, you know, through this council. I know that that part of investigation wouldn't have existed without us. What I want to say is that we need to agree to formal external accountability measures and accept their seriousness, because if you don't, it's just a battle with litigation forever. It'll be litigation with the Department of Justice, it'll be litigation with us, it'll be other people. And I also hope that we can have quality improvement. I talk a lot about, I talked about figures concerning the homeless solution services, and I think that the quality of the services needs to be improved, as you can see through their data.
Thank you. Jessica is next, followed by Melina.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jessica Berg. I'm the Chief Program Officer at St. Vincent de Paul. I've been there for 8 years, and before that I was at, back then it was called the Human Services Campus, so I've been doing this work for almost 20 years, and I have not seen such innovative, proactive solutions implemented as we have over the past several years. An example is, of course, the cleanup around Key Campus, and I do want to say that situation was harming the people living in that situation the most. But they did that with such efficiency and care and concern for the people on the street, the balance of the needs of the neighbors with homes and the neighbors without homes. and their staff are just phenomenal, and that's only one example. They've also brought partnership and collaboration to this work and really initiated that, and I do believe that partnerships with nonprofits and faith-based and other municipalities and the business community and the philanthropic community, and because of that, there's a lot of private financial support that has come to this cause as well, because it is a problem that really belongs to all of us. 28 seconds. The way that they understand the folks on the street is amazing. Rachel mentioned the folks with lived experience who work for her. They take responsibility, they find solutions, and honestly, I can't imagine how we would accomplish what we need to continue to accomplish together without their whole team, including the staff who are now temporary employees, for the benefit of the city, the neighborhood, and those on the street. Those employees need to be retained. Their work cannot be interrupted. We need to do this every day. We can either go forward or go back every single day, and we need the Office of Homeless Solutions to have that team to continue to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Melina is next, followed by Shawana.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Melina Fonseca. I am from District 7, but I'm also here representing Poder in Action as their Operations and HR Manager. This is also my first time speaking in council, but unfortunately, it's to oppose what you all are proposing, which is funding for our police department. I have been raised here my whole life and have seen attempts of police departments try to solve mental health issues. It has never worked. Why are we continuing to support this project where we know that police probably don't even want to be involved with these cases and have no proper training to deal with these cases? So I'm asking you, if you had a family member or a friend that was also suffering from mental illness, if these are the resources that you would offer them, if this is the support that you would offer them, is this the same kind of guidance that you would tell them to take? Would you feel comfortable doing so? And if that's the case, then maybe this is the correct direction. But from my community members and my family and the people that I represent, we understand that this is not the solution. The solution is funding community-oriented tactics and solutions and not giving more money and power to people that are endangering our communities themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shawana, followed by John Maxwell.
I just would like to say that I do see a lot of high fives being slapped up here for people that do not live in the same community that I live in, and there's only several people that look like me and my comrades that are here today. I am here because not only was my 14-year-old son he's being held in custody for a murder that was caused by the Phoenix Police Department. I believe their names were Burtz and Norman. One of them are off. He's being paid right now, and he's not even an officer that's working right now. He's still making the maximum that he can make, while my son, who was 14 years old at the time, is serving time in prison for a murder that he did. Rest in peace to Jacob Harris. I would like to say that within these years that I've experienced this tragedy, me and my family and so many others that stand behind me, there has been nothing done. There is still police officers that are murdering people in our communities that nothing's being done about it. Even my mental health has been terribly impacted. Not only that, I am on the verge of homelessness as well. I don't think you guys understand the impact that these families endure from all the harm that this cancer in this Phoenix Police Department has caused. We have very little voices because these people are being paid to do these things, and they're getting slapped high fives in the public eye, and they're thinking that it's okay, and it's not. I just want to tell you that I might be a little person right now, but my son is coming home, and he will have justice served with so many others that stand behind me, because we are growing as well. Just as you guys sit up here and look down on us, we will be the ones to be looking down on people from now on, because justice will be served. And I do demand that the cancer in the Phoenix Police Department be cut out immediately.
John is next, followed by Betty Jo.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. My name is John Maxwell. I'm the secretary for the Phoenix Law Enforcement Association. On behalf of our 2,000 members, we urge council to reject the federal oversight of the Phoenix Police Department. We have always said that we must continue to improve the department. The department has always been self-assessing, self-correcting organization long before the phrase was ever coined. The road to reform demonstrates that fact. As best practices have evolved in policing and community engagement, our department has modified training procedures and increased transparency to keep us accountable. For these standing practices show that the Phoenix City Council and the department are fully capable of addressing the recommendations in the DOJ report without federal oversight. History shows that consent decrees lead to specific increases in violent crime, hundreds of millions of dollars in new unfunded costs beyond police budgets, and a systemic destruction of police staffing and morale. Additionally, the DOJ report withheld important data and information regarding specific cases referenced in the report. Their cherry-picked information does not prove a pattern of practice in the department. A consent decree is not about police oversight. It's about police control. In reality, it is the federal government, a federal court, and a for-profit monitor stealing control of the local police departments away from the communities that they serve, rendering them ineffective. Officers do not fear oversight. We have had community members serve on critical incident review boards and disciplinary review boards for decades. But we must maintain local control. The police department should be overseen and directed by City Council and the community that we continue to serve. We will continue to work collaboratively with the department and council to make Phoenix Police better. Thank you.
Thank you. Betty Jo is next. Estela Varela Proxima.
I hope mine is much simpler. I'm a no-income person. I'm in government housing, and I'm just asking for that something be done about the bus pass situation, because it's no longer provided, and how to purchase bus passes is impossible. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Just quick from Councilwoman Pastor, who represents us at Valley Metro.
I will follow up with you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Estela Varela y yo voy a hablar sobre el tercer punto que ustedes tienen de contratar 4 policías más, ¿verdad? Para el equipo de analistas de cumplimiento. Mi trabajo es ahorita la campaña de presupuesto del pueblo, donde la gente ya no cree en la policía. Aunque ustedes pongan más policía para ellos mismos vigilarse, la comunidad no cree en esto, ¿verdad? Y tampoco...
Señora, pause, por favor. Are we going to translate as we go or all at the end?
Good afternoon. My name is Estela Varela. And we're families that we no longer believe in the police. I'm going to have her continue, Your Honor. Mayor.
Gracias.
Siga.
Ok, la comunidad dice que no se puede confiar en que la policía de Phoenix se vigile a sí misma y que las reformas tradicionales del Departamento de Justicia tampoco.
The police cannot be trusted to supervise themselves, and the city of Phoenix cannot either.
No creo que tengan los impactos que necesitamos.
I don't think they have the impact that we need.
No se puede confiar en la ciudad y departamento de policía para realizar reformas que realmente lleguen a las causas fundamentales de los problemas.
We cannot trust that the police and the city of Phoenix will comply with the things that are needed in our community.
Y como ustedes saben, como pueblo decidimos correr nuestra campaña del presupuesto del pueblo porque sabemos que es nuestro dinero, son nuestros taxes. Entonces,
And like you know, we have decided to develop our own budget for our own community because we know the needs of our community.
Estamos pidiendo recursos.
We're asking for resources
para la comunidad,
for the community,
que sean visibles,
that are visible,
que sean reales,
that be real.
Porque ustedes hablan muy bonito de lo que están haciendo, pero no los vemos.
Because you guys speak really pretty about what you're doing, but we don't really see it.
Necesitamos un presupuesto municipal que centre el bienestar de las personas y no el de la policía.
We need a budget that is going to help the well-being of the community and not of the police.
Los invito a que salgan a la ciudad donde está la gente más vulnerable y con más necesidades para que ustedes mismos sepan sus necesidades.
I invite you to come out to the city and see the people that are more vulnerable and the needs that they have.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Gonzalez is next. And Stephanie will be followed by Frank Urban.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, and community. My name is Stephanie, and I'm a community organizer, and I'm speaking in opposition to items 2, 3, and 4. We cannot trust Phoenix Police Department to reform themselves, or we wouldn't even have to be here in the first place. Mayor and Council of Phoenix, you are responsible for creating the conditions for police violence and corruption to thrive. We have continuously come up to this podium to share our lived experiences with Phoenix police violence, and we have all been ignored. You have done nothing about it. If the DOJ report showed us something, it's that police cannot have a role in mental health or homeless services. They are killing our people, the people that you represent and that you've chosen to ignore. We have come to you with real solutions via the Pueblo's budget that have come directly from your constituents, and you've chosen to not invest in them. As a youth organizer working with Black and Brown students, I fear that my youth ever come across Phoenix PD. Our youth have been struggling with mental health issues, especially after COVID. And now they have to face the trauma it comes with engaging with Phoenix PD after calling for help. They're tackling our kids, using neck restraints, and handcuffing them. If this was your kid, I can bet you that you would not hesitate to stand at this podium and demand to defund the police. I'm here to demand City Council to not approve any new positions for Phoenix Police Department, no police in homeless services or mental health, nor no police for minor traffic violations, and I want to demand the investment in the right to counsel, housing for all, and mental health care. Thank you.
Thank you. Frank is next, followed by Eric Nielsen.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Frank Urban. I'm with Fund for Empowerment. I believe that the police should not be trusted to try to reform themselves, that they need oversight, especially when it comes to the homeless people. I have heard of personally of people, of police getting involved in homeless situations where they have thrown away the person's IDs, social security cards, birth certificate, medical paperwork, legal paperwork, medications. I've even heard of a couple instances where they've thrown away ashes of one of their family members that they had. I myself when I was homeless, I myself was standing on a corner in Sunny Slope. And for no other reason other than the fact that I was homeless, I was approached by a bicycle cop that ended up citing me for just standing on the sidewalk. Like I said, the Phoenix Police Department cannot be trusted with anything, let alone the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric is next, followed by Roland Harris.
Hello, my name is Eric. I came to Phoenix City Council today not to disparage the police department nor the people against them. To quote Martin Luther King Jr., there can be no great love where there is no great disappointment. So take that for what you will. What I came here today to do is to turn an idea that I came up with a long time ago about how we can improve the city of Phoenix Police Department, specifically when it relates to violent crime. I don't know if anybody in here has enough money to have cable. I have never had that much as an adult. But if you ever watched A&E, they have an amazing true crime show called The First 48. And what's interesting about this show, there was a season that was filmed in Phoenix, and on that show, you get to see how the detectives really handle the most serious crimes in your community. I think it'd be a good idea to bring them back. But the reason I bring this up, is because on that show there was a female detective, and she mentioned that she was about to retire on the show, and she had mentioned that she had maybe dropped 5 or 6 homicide cases in her career. Which I started thinking about it. That's incredible. I was like, I wonder how rare that is. And I Googled it, and I couldn't find information on how rare such an effective detective is. But what I did find out is that the national average for for solving a homicide is between 50 and 55%, which means about half of the murderers are walking your street right now. So my suggestion is the city of Phoenix is in a unique position given the fact that Mayor Gallego is the leader of all the mayors in the rest of the country. I think we should lead the way by creating a detective, maybe like a loan program, or possibly just simply try to attract detectives like that woman. Because what if you commit a violent crime and you got caught every time? I think people would stop doing that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roland is next, followed by Richard.
I just wanted to speak and tell you that I had to do the 3 hardest things as a parent on January 11, 2019. 1, I had to call Jacob's mother and notify her that her son was murdered by Phoenix PD. 2, I had to tell Jacob's 9-year-old sister that she will never see her brother again. 3, Phoenix PD lied to the apartment complex that I lived at and told them they apprehended a murder robbery suspect in that apartment, subsequently getting us evicted that day. Then I had to bury my son while I'm finding a place to live with me and my daughter. So I sit here and I hear the police talk about accountability. Well, I sat at a table across from Chief Sullivan and 3 other chiefs at the Phoenix Police Department, and I informed them about the WhatsApp communications being deleted by the Phoenix police officers involved in Jacob's murder. They told me that if I deleted information, I'd be arrested and charged with a felony because it's a felony. But yet then those police officers involved in that special assignments unit and those commanding officers deleted those messages are still police officers who should be charged with felonies. So we talk about budgets here. This city council gave $785 million to the Phoenix Police Department and $2 million to housing But now we want to talk about a housing problem and a homeless problem. The problem is the budget. You gave $785 million to the police to murder, brutalize, and continue to murder and brutalize this community, while you looked at the homeless people and said, you guys are fine, here's $2 million. So I sit here and say that the problem is not just the police, but it's the leadership. There is no accountability by their leadership, so therefore there's no accountability by the police officers. And if a police officer sees another police officer breaking the law and doing something wrong, why are they gonna speak up? Because they know the leadership's not gonna pay attention to them.
Thank you. Richard is next, followed by Jessica Gutierrez.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. My name is Richard Southey. I'm the Assistant Director of Programs at Central Arizona Shelter Services, and we're here to voice our support for the Office of Home Solutions and voice our appreciation for the work that they've done. As one of the longest standing providers of homeless services in our community and the largest emergency shelter in the state, we are positioned with a unique insight into the challenges of providers, and we think it's vital to highlight the enormity of the task the Office of Solutions completed through the zone clearance. The Office of Homeless Solutions chose a plan that was conscious of the unique nature of our service population and elected, rather than providing guidance to providers and taking a heavy-handed approach, to instead get directly on the ground and work directly with providers and clients to provide trauma-informed and humane resolution to the zone clearance. While many people advocated for more forceful interventions, the Office of Homeless Solutions selected a tactic that maximized positive outcomes. As many of the clients were redirected into our services, we were able to connect with and provide shelter, hygiene, and services for countless clients that had been experiencing unsheltered street homelessness in the zone. I say this only to emphasize that while the Office of Homeless Solutions could have taken the easy path, which would have caused irreparable harm to the city's relationship with providers and providers' relationships with the clients, they instead undertook both the physical and emotional labor to take the humane path, a decision that will impact the people, or which impact on the people we serve cannot be overstated. Additionally, speaking on a personal note, as a doctoral researcher on trauma-informed care, who is one of the few subject matters experts on the relationship between the cognitive effects of trauma and homelessness, I want to make note that what was asked of the Office of Homeless Solutions was not just improbable, but more correctly put, impossible. Healing from trauma of homelessness is not something that occurs quickly or easily, and many of the people sleeping in the zone are people who carry incredibly complex forms of trauma that complicate standard interventions. The order to clear the zone is one that would have inevitably and unquestionably resulted in displacement and traumatic harm, and yet the Office of Homeless Solutions came up with a solution that had an incredible impact on the people there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Gutierrez, followed by Jose. Is Jessica Gutierrez with us? All right, Jose Aguirre.
Hello. Good afternoon, council members, Mayor. I'm here because I want to talk about transparency and accountability. I've been talking to PSB, throwing red flags, yelling wolf, whistleblower, as you may say, about corruption, misconduct by police officer. I've also sent numerous emails to city council members. The only council member was District 3, that was Adam Grant, that he suggested PBS take a look at my emails, and PSB, I'm sorry, told him there's nothing to see here. So I kept continuing my reports to Police Standard Bureau, and I was just getting stonewalled, pushed aside. And the thing is, my brother was shot at by a 4-time convicted felon. The convicted felon was caught on camera running to his vehicle. My brother shot back in self-defense. He was justified in self-defense, but the prosecutor swayed the jury to convict for shooting at the building. So we won our appeal. My brother is out. And for this past year, we've been trying to make a police report to arrest the guy, the 4-time convicted felon, because he's not supposed to have a gun. He's caught on camera. running to his vehicle, shooting at my brother, but Police Standard Bureau says, we're not going to do anything. We don't discipline our own. We try to go to the police department, trying to make a police report. They tell us, you got to go to MCAO. They're the charging unit. Well, they tell us, no, you have to have a police report to make the warrant. The police department doesn't want to do anything. So we're at the state where how are we going to trust the police if they're not being transparent or helping anybody and they're not doing anything? So at this point, you guys are harboring a 4-time convicted felon. He's free in the streets.
Sharmark Ahmed, followed by Ben.
Hi, my name is Shamaki. Hi, my name is Shamaki Jama. Somebody broke my store, took my rifle, and nobody gave me since 2022 like any resolution from Phoenix Police. I've been taken to my undercover sheriff, and they injected my hand. Nobody even there with me, and they kidnapped me from my apartment, take me to CPI by force, make me suicidal, whatever it is. My bank has been closed. Maricopa County playing my fiduciary, so I'm just confused. And you guys playing like for homeless, you know, I mean, you making the citizens like homeless and taking their banking and making them felonies. And the Maricopa County attorney violated my due process violation. And the Arizona State Bar too, I sue my lawyer. Nobody even give me no solutions right now, and I can't even have a justice legal. And you violated my parental rights for my son to be with me. Mayor Corey Wood is, telling the police who kidnapped me from my apartment that I threatened him somehow, and playing diversity inclusion, take me to CPI, and I'm District 8. And I don't know how do I become to your district? I live in Tempe, so that's my question to again. So when can I get my rifle? From Phoenix Police never give me, and they cited me for like gang related, And by the way, the homeless thing is not really a thing, because you violated my voting rights too. Just trying to make me, I'm not like a local voting, so you don't have to. And the DOT, by the way, they couldn't even give me my driver license back. So all that is my question, And you're making people, they're mentally ill, whatever it is. So we're going to see who is mental or not, when you're really convicting citizens for their competence. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben is next, followed by Miros.
Hey y'all, my name is Ben Laughlin and I'm a resident of Phoenix. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about how this police reform process is rolling out. For decades, community members have been coming to you asking, begging, demanding y'all to make these changes to this police department because of the death and discrimination at their hands. You've resisted every step of the way, and now in 3 months you've come up with 90 recommendations for change, recommendations you came up with largely behind closed doors and without a community process to vet them. As Phoenix residents, we should be extremely suspicious of that. The fact that the police chief is still calling the findings in the DOJ report accusations tells us everything we need to know about how committed this department is to making changes. All you've done is proven further to us that we can't trust you when it comes to issues of policing. When will you get willing to prioritize the safety of our community over the feelings of the police union? I used to believe that if we just got the right policies in place, we could end the harm police were causing. But I don't believe that anymore, because for years this department has been implementing nationwide best practices for policing. In fact, the DOJ was here in 2016 celebrating the Phoenix Police Department specifically for their de-escalation training, but that has not stopped the death or discrimination. At some point, y'all gotta reckon with the fact that this isn't about bad policy. The issue is policing. In the last 10 years, y'all have approved $7.6 billion in funding for the police. In that same time, you've approved $1.3 billion in funding for housing. If your goal is health and safety for all Phoenix residents, continuing to meet the housing crisis that y'all have deeply contributed to by investing in policing and criminalization with more policing and criminalization will never work. But I'm not sure that health and safety for all of us is your goal. Prove me wrong by shifting this budget from a budget that centers on policing and criminalization to a budget that puts people first. Lastly, follow the lead of other cities that are less scared than you and stop having police harass Black and brown drivers for petty issues that create opportunities for violence and the practice of low-level traffic enforcement. Other cities have done it, you can too.
Miros is next, followed by Percy.
My name is Miros, and I am a resident of District 6, and I'm in opposition of items 2, 3, and 4. I want to start off by telling y'all a story. About 2 weeks ago, I was attempting to my best ability to support an unhoused individual in downtown Phoenix finding housing. This was done by using the programs that you guys set up, one of them being the 211 line. Upon calling the 211 line, I kept getting referred to X, Y, and Z shelters, and I called them. Each one told me they didn't have space, they put me on hold, or I simply got to a voicemail. With a broken heart, I had to look at this individual and tell him, I'm sorry, I cannot help you. For 2 hours in 2 phones, I was not able to access anyone to provide me an answer of where to tell this individual to go. And the only response and the only solution that I had was to write down phone numbers for him to call in the morning when he had no access to phones. On top of that, individuals downtown automatically wanted to call the police on an elder individual. He was not harmful at all. Luckily, with intervention, I was able to stick with him, and no one was able to call the police because I've seen firsthand how the police deals with unhoused individuals. And you said it, Mayor, police should not be first responders in these cases specifically, especially with individuals being unhoused and with mental health difficulties or both. The result of having police as first responders results in deadly interactions and unjust arrests. I ask council to consider removing police from homeless services, mental health services as well. The funds you want to use for those 4 positions for the compliance analyst team can easily go to funding homelessness services and mental health services.
Thank you. Percy is next, followed by Jill.
Hello, Council. My name is Percy Christian, and I've been a Phoenix resident for almost a decade. I am someone who deeply cares and is here to amplify the voices of community members who are most vulnerable in need of public health and support, along with the many other community members whose lives were tragically lost to violence and the inexperience of the Phoenix Police Department. I'm here to not just speak, but to demand accountability and action from you all as elected officials to protect and serve all parts of this community and not just its enforcers. And not just as enforcers. We've come to this moment due to a lack of action that has taken place for many of council members here, especially the lack of action and the lack of accountability from our mayor's office, and especially the lack of accountability from our police department, who still for some reason wants to call a 2-year Department of Justice investigation merely accusations. You should stop saying that. But I do agree that we are in a pivotal moment for the Phoenix public safety. And the city council members, you are in a time that calls for us to envision transformative changes in how we approach public safety and community well-being. It's time for an extensive shift and radical transformation of our priorities and how we allocate our resources from our community, into our communities. We literally heard you all mention that you do not have any general funding for the solution to unhoused community, but we just confirmed $785 million going to the police. Please help me understand what is so hard, city manager, about funding these resources that will help us end the root causes that we are experiencing in our community. We have 3 clear demands that I will list for you right now. Reinvest more money into our homeless community resources. We ask that you remove all police from mental health and unhousing resources. And we ask that you please stop allowing police to enforce minor traffic violations, because it has been statistically proven through data from the DOJ that is a way for you to disproportionately target Black and brown communities. Thank you.
Jill is next, followed by Isabel. Jill Angelina or Angelina?
Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Bueno,
Hello, good afternoon to all.
me di cuenta en primer lugar que una de las cosas que ya comenzamos mal es que el intérprete está muy mal. Entonces,
So I
desde allí
realize
ya
now
estamos
that
mal.
we started off
Desde
wrong
allí
because the
ya
interpreter
estamos mal.
is not doing good. She's not a good interpreter.
Entonces, la otra cosa es de que ustedes están diciendo, yo le escuché, el Departamento de Policía va a tener más entrenamiento, que no lo tenía.
So I heard you also say that the police department is going to have more training. Didn't they have more training?
La otra cosa, sabemos que ya la policía ya le dieron su trabajo de policía, más de migración. Ahora, ¿qué
Also, we
sigue?
know that they gave the police department their police department job and also immigration.
Ajá. Porque ahora ya tienen el derecho de arrestar también indocumentados. Entonces ahora quieren que también sean psicólogos. Aquí lo que yo miro es que mientras que el dinero vaya para ellos, no importa lo que tengan que hacer. Pero
So they also have a right to ask for documentation, and that turns them into immigration officers. And now they're also going to be psychologists.
entonces, ¿por qué no mejor invertir en lo que es de cada quien y no querer meterle todo el trabajo a la policía para que tenga más fondos? ¿Por qué no mandar cada quien a su cada cual para poder tener ayuda a la comunidad? Ya que sabemos que igual de todos modos el presupuesto.
So why not divide the work, not just give it all to the police, but separate it to each person that should be able to do the job? Because we have a budget, and the budget is to be used in the community.
Están hablando de lugares de campamentos, de lugares de shelters, que la comunidad no sabe, porque lo único que ellos tienen es la policía arrestándolos, llevándolos a la cárcel.
They talk about campgrounds and shelters. The community doesn't know about that because all we know about is they're being picked up and arrested.
Ahora tenemos las pruebas con los hechos, con lo que está pasando, que más policías no está mejorando el estado de Arizona. Más policías es más muertes de aquí para allá y de allá para acá. ¿Creen que debemos de seguir con esto?
So we have more proof that there's more police, but there's more problems here and there. Do you want to continue with this?
¿Debemos seguir metiendo todo el presupuesto en la policía y no buscar otras soluciones?
Should we continue adding more money to the police department's budget and not other entities?
Sabemos que la policía los agarra, los arresta, los criminaliza y que se solucionó.
We know that the police pick them up, they arrest them, they criminalize them, and what is the result? What is the solution?
No estamos encontrando la solución correcta. Para mí no.
We're not finding the right solution. At least in my opinion, we're not finding the right solution.
Hace más de 40 años que yo vivo aquí en Arizona.
I've been living here more than 40 years in Arizona.
Había más servicios sociales y menos policía.
There was more social services and less police.
Y había menos muertes.
And there was less deaths.
Ahora lo que estamos mirando es una matazón de aquí para allá y de allá para acá. ¿Quién compra más balas? Eso es todo lo que están haciendo, a ver quién trae más balas.
And now we see killings here and there, and we see that who has more bullets.
¿Es para eso el dinero de la comunidad, el presupuesto?
Is that what the community's budget is for?
¿No sería mejor que invirtiéramos en fondos para servicios sociales y que en lugar de que llegue la policía con esas personas desamparadas sin hogar, que llegaran servicios sociales, que llegaran consejeros, que llegaran personas preparadas? Porque una licencia para doctor de psicólogo y psiquiatra cuesta muchos años. En cambio, me doy cuenta que a un policía lo quieren hacer psicólogo, lo quieren hacer policía, lo quieren hacer psiquiatra y también emigración.
Wouldn't it be better to hire more people, social services, instead of the police arriving to the homeless, getting social services there, because how I see it, they're trying to get the police to be psychiatrists, psychologists. To become a psychiatrist and psychologist, it takes many years, and they're using the money to get the police to do all these things.
Isabel Garcia, followed by Olivia.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I live in District 7. I am here with my community to demand that you stop investing resources and funding to the Phoenix Police Department. Year after year, Phoenix Police receive more and more funding from taxpayer dollars, while the services and programs that Phoenix residents actually need to be safe and healthy remain severely underfunded and scrambling to secure funding from grants and other sources. Phoenix police are violent and deadly. Traffic stops on our streets, to their interactions with people experiencing mental health crises and with unsheltered people. How do you, as City Council, respond to the contradiction that OHS has helped to reduce Phoenix police interactions with unsheltered people, yet 30% of all misdemeanor arrests are of unsheltered folks, who make up less than 1% of the Phoenix population? Despite the claim that the city is committed to other strategies to address these complex issues such as mental health crisis and homelessness, clearly the city continues to rely largely on the police, and the reforms that are on the table today demonstrate that as well. As a community, we demand no new positions in the Phoenix Police Department, and that police be completely and permanently removed from all homeless services, mental health services, and also minor traffic violations. We demand that funding be redirected and invested in the right to counsel, housing, and high-quality mental health care to actually address these complex issues that Phoenix community members are experiencing and that are not and can never be addressed by police, violence, or punishment.
Olivia is next, followed by Luke.
Good afternoon. I'm here to make clear that the Phoenix PD cannot be trusted to self-assess or self-correct. We want to be clear that it should not have taken a DOJ report for the City Council to take action on what your constituents and your community members have been telling you about the Phoenix PD and the consequences that they've been facing, including violence, harm, and death, as a result of this council's huge overinflated investment in the Phoenix police budget. The DOJ's traditional reforms and policies do not go far enough. They do not address the root causes that the Phoenix PD are responding to, but should not be. We're asking for Phoenix PD to have no involvement whatsoever in homelessness services, mental health services, or any minor traffic enforcement. We reject the agenda item 3, which is the new positions for Phoenix PD. Again, they cannot self-assess, they cannot self-correct, and that's just $500,000 more going to their budget. We cannot policy and train our way out of the fact that this department is deadly to community, it's racially discriminatory, and it does not deserve the overinflated budget and resources that they take up. We make judgments of the council based on where you put your money, the taxpayer money, the constituent money, and you have chosen to overly invest in Phoenix PD, and this is causing more harm, violence, and death in your community.
Thank you. Luke is next, followed by Cappy. Okay, so Luke Black, not here. Okay, Cappy is next, followed by Rob.
Hi.
I can't be matched. I've been homeless for about 6 years out of 10 years living in Phoenix. I've had an apartment now for the last 4 years. I do. I think the DOJ needs to be overseeing the police department because they are crooked in all shapes and forms. Had to deal with them for several years. And they need to learn how to deal with the homeless as much as anybody else. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Rob is next, followed by Rebecca.
Good afternoon. My name is Rob Olivieri. Oh, am I not tall enough or short enough? There we go. I am a resident of District 4 and currently the president of the Melrose Community Alliance. And as a volunteer, we work with all the residents, all the businesses, we work with the city. And again, as a volunteer, it's paramount to have city partners and city groups that we can work with and rely on. And I'm here to express my support for the Office of Homeless Solutions. Rachel, Scott, their whole team has been a treat to work with. It's been helpful for us to have somebody else to call outside of 911 and the police to respond to certain situations that, again, our residents and businesses deal with on a regular basis. In addition to that, I'd commend council, past and present, for support and creation of these entities and these initiatives, and would encourage you to continue that support because, again, as volunteers in the community, at least for our community, it's been critical to really support our residents, our businesses, as well as those people most vulnerable and that need the support and help from the city and other resources. So appreciate the time and thank you.
Rebecca is next, followed by Elsa.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Did you miss me over break? My name is Rebecca Denis, and I live in District 4, and I'm opposed to agenda items 2, 3, and 4. I want to highlight specific issues that caught my attention. Our main focus as a city shouldn't be what more reforms are needed to how Phoenix PD engages with our homeless and unhoused population, mental health services, or low-level traffic. Those 3 areas of high-level and disproportionate interaction with the police department have led to Black, Indigenous, and Latinx people to be racially profiled, violently abused, and killed. All the policy changes and requirements you put on paper cannot reverse, reform, or heal the level of bigotry and racism that exists in this department. I do not trust any of the proposals offered can immediately curb the violence or harassment community members experience. We need more money to be invested directly into our community and into resources and programs that take away jurisdiction from the police over issues they have no business being a part of, such as the areas I've already mentioned. As Chief Sullivan mentioned, the DOJ report does provide an opportunity for the city to use the data and evidence that proves that we need to remove police from many key areas of services and find ways to limit community interactions with the police. That is what will keep us safe. That will take an amount, both literally and figuratively, of extreme investment to counter the extreme violence and failed public safety strategy that police have become in Phoenix. I'm extremely troubled by the addition of the compliance and analyst team that would be added to the police department and the extra cost that would take and where that money would come from, considering many of our city departments are severely underfunded. Phoenix PD bleeds money from the city budget every year and gives Phoenix police millions of dollars to fill positions that remain empty year after year. My first issue is that you could convert those positions, but I am more confused about why those positions would not be added to Oat, who lives outside of the police department and can analyze the data with a less biased lens that include that information as part of their monitoring reports. The proposal put forth by the mayor and District 6 and 8 on agenda item number 4 displays the clear disconnect leadership in the city has with the community. You guys want to reform PSB? PSB is why we have no accountability. There's no accountability for them. They are never going to do their job. They are always going to protect the police. If you talk to any community member that's had an interaction with them, it is always negative, and they always say that the police were in the right. Fixing PSB will not fix police violence, and you know it, and it's BS.
Elsa is next, followed by Alex Hartwell.
Hello, my name is Elsa. Y'all already know that. I was here last month. And I am also a lifelong resident. I was born and raised in Phoenix. I'm a resident of District 7. And I am in opposition to items 2, 3, and 4. And I just want to claim that if you guys were very serious about supporting unsheltered folks in Phoenix, then it wouldn't have been attached to police, wouldn't have been attached to police budgets, or increasing the police department. Back in 2018, when y'all were again one of the deadliest police forces in this city, in the country, y'all also gave them an additional $400,000 in the middle of that year to do more training, to do more insight. And here we are 6 years later with a DOJ report that only confirms and validates what community has been telling you guys for decades. The police, the Phoenix police, is violent, is dangerous, and poses dangerous environments and unsafe environments for our community members. Meanwhile, Phoenix, that used to be an affordable city, is no longer an affordable city in less than 5 years. So let's be real serious if we're really committed and put our budget and our monies towards actual funding that is not associated with police. The police department is the most funded department in the city. And after having a outside force come and tell you what community has already been telling you, the solution is to give them more money. What city department gets more money when they mess up? There are city departments that are underfunded as we speak, which is why we even having conversations about young folks that need alternatives. They're not funded. Human services are not funded. So let's get real serious if we want real change, to reappropriate those funds towards real change and to separate police budgets from real actual public safety and what public safety really means, and define that by community standards and not behind closed door meetings where you put a bunch of recommendations that you do by yourselves and not without community.
Alex is next, followed by Christine. Do we have Alex Hartwell? All right, Christine is next, followed by Robert. And if you want to go around the back. Oh, does she have a boot? Okay, if you have a boot, we'll bring you a microphone. We can bring a microphone. Do you want, Christine, we can bring a microphone if that's. We have people, Christine, we have people online, and so they will not be able to hear you. So we do need either bring you a microphone. We got you a microphone.
There it is.
Sorry, I didn't see the boot until you stood up. So Christine is next, followed by Robert.
Hi, my name is Christine, and I'm with Funds of Empowerment. Okay, I've heard a lot of things here today. This is my first time here. I'm from another state, but I've been here in Arizona for almost 35. A tad bit about me, I am a convicted felon. Okay, I have no problem saying that because I'll never let the past define who I am today, because it's made me strong. And I've learned from it. I'm hearing nothing about the elderly, okay? I live in a shelter. I was given 3 minutes from Phoenix PD to vacate where I was. Okay, so I am now in a shelter, okay? I have never seen so much disrespect towards the elderly in my years. Y'all talk about being shelter owners and being people that, you know, are with them. St. Vincent de Paul, yes, you guys are good. But we need to give more empowerment to these elderly people because they need more medical places. Not just us, not just our little guys, but these elderly people need more help. They need to be taken out of these shelters and given more respect for what they need. And if I could do it, I would. If I had the backing, I would. Because you know what? We're all equal here. Okay? Please. You know, everybody look at everything. Because we're all here. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Robert is next, followed by Deborah.
My name is Robert, and I am currently homeless in the city of Phoenix. I've been here 15 years. I moved out here when I was 35 years old. Since becoming homeless 8 years ago, it seems like it's a criminal to be a homeless person anymore. I stayed at the SOS lot that they mentioned earlier. I was there like 3 weeks ago, and when they exited me, they threw all my belongings away. All I have is the clothes on my back. And I gotta slowly rebuild the way up. One thing they need to do is they need to get more help with people with felonies. I'm a 5-time convicted felon out of the 15 years I've been here. And I can't get a voucher. It seems like it's just, the longer I stay on these streets, it's just gonna push me back to doing crime. I'm sick of the discrimination of being homeless on the streets. Once you're a convicted felon, it's like you have an X on your back. You're just a bad person. And the main problem is the discrimination from the law enforcement of being homeless. You're a drug addict, you're a bum, you're just no good. I had an officer tell me one time that his only job is to make sure that he gets home to his family. As for the civilians, he don't care.
Thank you. Deborah is next, followed by Mark.
All right, good afternoon, council members. My name is Deborah Reese, and I'm with Fund for Empowerment. I'm here today to speak about the importance of accepting the DOJ consent decree. I believe this is not just a legal matter, but an opportunity to strengthen our city, rebuild trust, and ensure justice for all residents. Restoring trust and dignity, the DOJ's investigation revealed troubling issues within the Phoenix Police Department, excessive force, discrimination, and the mistreatment of our homeless community. These are not just abstract findings, they are deeply personal for many of us. One of the most harmful practices is the police routinely throwing away the belongings of homeless individuals. Items like IDs, birth certificates, and medications, keepsakes, family keepsakes, things that can never be replaced. These aren't just things that they are pieces of a person's identity. They're last lifelines, basically. Destroying them does not take away from, doesn't just take away what little they have, it also takes away their dignity. A costly alternative, if we do reject the consent decree, the city risks facing costly lawsuits and prolonged legal battles. While the decree requires investment, it offers a more efficient, controlled path towards reform. By accepting it, we can begin to repair the harm done and avoid the risk of even greater financial and social damage. A path to unity, this decree is more than just a roadmap for reform. It's a chance for our city to come together. It's an opportunity for Phoenix to lead by example, to show that we are committed to treating every resident with fairness and respect, especially the most vulnerable among us. By addressing these systemic issues, we can begin to heal the divisions in our community and build a more just, equitable future. In closing, I urge you to see this consent decree not as a burden, but as a crucial opportunity. Phoenix is at a crossroads, and how we respond will define our city's future. This decision is about more than just politics or cost. It's about restoring justice and compassion and the core values of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark is next, followed by Russell.
Oh, Mayor, council members, thank you much for your time. My name is Mark Klim, and I want you to know that I'm a father, been married 30 happy years, and I'm a grandfather. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force, and I am also retired from the Department of Child Safety. I'm also co-founder of the Phoenix Peace Builders. I mentioned my past a bit just to say that I've worked with police officers many times in my career, especially with the Department of Child Safety throughout the state. But as many of you have mentioned, I'm just horrified by the findings of the DOJ report. I read it and looked at it, talked about unjustified deadly force, unlawful detention of people experiencing homelessness, discrimination against Black, Hispanic, Native Americans, as well as against people with behavioral health disabilities. Also concerns about the treatment of children. Now, I've worked in government for quite a long time, and I've had oversight by a number of different organizations, and I found that was helpful to have somebody that I knew who was going to be dispassionate but involved, and I strongly support the consent decree. I fear the rising militarism, the violence in our country, and I don't think more money to the police is going to solve that problem. I worked in prevention for many years and found many things of that sort to work, and I support doing many of the things that were talked about here. Having a civilian crisis intervention team, and to stop the minor traffic stops, and to use licensed therapeutic crisis teams who are not directly supervised by the police. The police, I know police officers, many of them are overburdened. They're asked to do too many things. How about have trained professionals do those kinds of things?
Thank you. Russell is next, followed by Faith.
I might be repeating a lot of things that were already said, but since so many council members are on their phones, this might be the first time that you hear it. This council has two major policies that actively decrease public safety. The first is that $700 million to train police to escalate and to kill community members, especially Black, brown, and poor residents. The second is covering and continuing to praise police for what was the term that was used? Self-assessing and self-correcting themselves. The policy hasn't changed after years of lawsuits. It hasn't changed after media exposés into all levels of corruption. Now the call is coming from inside the House. The DOJ report comes from Phoenix police body camera and officer testimony. Now, someone on this council today said that we need data collection. That's what the DOJ report is. It is data collected. The police chief discussed the de-escalation and less lethal policies that were implemented before the DOJ investigation. And the DOJ report states that police officers are trained to use more force immediately and call that de-escalation. When the police department writes its own policies, it thinks that physical escalation is a form of de-escalation. The city has a chance to reverse these two policies. It must follow the data collected from community and from the officers that exist in the DOJ report. Do not allow Phoenix police to continue to write their own policies that increase violence and decrease physical safety to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Faith will be our last in-person speaker, and then we'll go to virtual public comment, starting with Jeremy.
Hello, everybody. My name is Faith Kearns. I'm with Funds for Empowerment. I'm an advocate for which I work with many homeless people under all kinds of situations. I do not support the police due to some severe situations that I have been in due to the police. but I do have this much to say. I am for the consent decree fully. The police have never been able to police themselves. I've lived here all my life, 65 years as of September. I've seen too much crap to go around, and now it's even getting worse. Everything you're saying is all just blah, 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 because we've heard it so many times. Try reaching out. Try doing something different instead of this same old stuff that isn't working, obviously. And with that, I close.
Thank you. Jeremy is next, followed by Vidi.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Jeremy Helfgott, resident of District 1. I think most of you know that I served on the Community and Police Trust Initiative Task Force throughout its life, and I spent 9 years on the Human Relations Commission of the city. And I'm here today experiencing a severe case of deja vu. I couldn't possibly count how many times in the last 11 years I've appeared before you and your predecessors on this council to talk about the exact issues that we are talking about here today. And I want to thank you, Councilwoman Pastor, for pointing out that fact. When I began this journey, Assistant Chief Orender was Sergeant Orender, and Council Member Robinson was Lieutenant Robinson. And that tells you how long we've been here. And my concern echoes those that have been expressed by many. I'm looking at the recommendations being passed in item 4 today, and while I appreciate them and I think they are all solid, it's like reading revision 17 of a book I've read 16 times before. Some of these recommendations, in whole or in part, are practically verbatim to recommendations that were made by the Community Outreach and Engagement Task Force back in 2011. And we are still here debating their implementation, which means clearly in over a decade, the city hasn't been able to correct itself. The police department hasn't been able to correct itself. And I am sorry, with all due respect to the views of plea, the union has been a stumbling block and a resistor to change and has caused a lot of that culture of stagnation. But one thing I think is true, if we are not going to be back here having these same conversations 10 years from now, we need outside intervention. I understand the resistance to a consent decree, with DOJ, but we need to do something, and it has to
Thank you.
have extra.
Vidi is next, followed by Teresa.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. I am here again, just exactly kind of what Jeremy shared, but cannot trust and have not trusted this council to, especially you, Mayor Kay Gallego, to lead on the safety of Black and Brown residents in Phoenix. How dare you, after months of trying to discredit the findings of this report, put forth these last-minute recommendations and this letter with a series of enhancements to other recommendations that the community hasn't even seen. This whole meeting is, again, another attempt to evade accountability and instead put forth a false narrative that this department is self-reforming when we know it's not. Here we are, over 10 years since you were first elected, still dealing with the same levels of police violence, the same levels of police shootings, the same levels of discriminatory policing. Y'all can't sit here and tell us that you care when Black residents are still 144% more likely to be cited or arrested, Latinos 40% more likely for these low-level excuses, when 37% of the police time is going to arrest and shelter people. That is a direct result of your leadership. So we are here again, as many of you have spent the last few months colluding with the police union to evade responsibility instead of owning the harm that you've created and implementing the many changes that families have demanded for years. No more bullshit committees, no more false reforms, no more false listening sessions. None of these have made this department accountable or transparent. All of these are false attempts, again, to say that something is happening. I've been a participant in a lot of these committees as a listener or directly in them, and I have yet to see any of those things that have been implemented create any impact. Community is still being shot and still being killed at the same rates that they were when we started. So if y'all want to do something, you can remove police from homeless services and mental health. You can remove police from minor traffic violations, and you need to stop wasting our resources in giving them to the department.
Teresa is next, followed by Heather.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for helping the homeless and the people in the city. Your new ordinance for homeless encampment has helped both homeless and the city for people to use the parks and for children and parents to feel safe taking their kids to school. I thank the Office of Homeland Solutions and the Phoenix Police Department. I think the outdoor space is a great idea. I hope we will see more of that to help with the people that are struggling with shelter environment. For those living on the streets, for managing their substance struggles and the mental health. I think working and moving forward with the crisis team and mental health is a struggle. I have seen the police and a crisis team come out together with a good outcome where the person got the treatment they needed. Many people have shared their negative experience. I wanted to make sure I could share a positive outcome. I want to thank our police officers. The majority of them are good officers, people that have taken this job, put their lives on the line to help people they don't even know. I want to just give a moment to thank Officer Coolidge and his family for giving time to this city, for standing up. He isn't the one that was in the wrong that day. Let's remember, they're here for us. I just thank you for your time, for listening to the public. God bless you all.
Thank you. Heather is our final speaker.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to listen today. I just wanted to comment on a few things. I was recently at the community meeting about fentanyl at Barry Goldwater High School, and it really struck a chord with me. I have a 17-year-old, and we've had many conversations about this. I just wanted to say that I feel like we do need to bring back some drug prevention in the schools. My son was exposed early in 5th and 6th grade. We began having conversations about vaping and drugs kids were buying at the park nearby. And I think it's very sad that these kids are buying unregulated vapes off the street, and some of them dying because they might have fentanyl in them or other things. I also wanted to comment on public safety and response. I live in District 2, and I've complained a number of times about the park that's over there. Many unhoused people living there, doing drugs in the bathroom. The city officials come and clean up the park and call the police, but of course the police are too busy to address this issue. Maybe it would be better to have city officials calling Phoenix Cares or other outreach programs to come and help these people. It's sad that we can't use the parks. I can't take my 2-year-old to the park, and it scares me to think that people in that neighborhood's children are riding their bikes down there by themselves. My third point was I wanted to talk about continuing proactive outreach and support. My brother died from opioids over 10 years ago and tried to get clean several times by going to detox, but unfortunately there was never a bed ready for him after he completed detox. And I hope that these issues are being addressed, because if you don't have a bed ready for people following detox, they're just going to end up relapsing again. Thanks for your consideration. That's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who testified. That concludes public comment. A lot of hard conversations. Thank you to people who shared personal stories. The city continues to make investments and improve. Today was not a complete update on everything we are doing, on the many difficult challenges facing our community. People spoke very passionately about the need to do more for older adults. We agree, and we have partnered with groups ranging from St. Vincent de Paul to Central Arizona Shelter Services to either build or convert new facilities for older adults to have high quality housing. That is just one of many things we are doing, ramping up vouchers, trying to build more projects. This is a big challenge. This council passed a source of income discrimination ordinance, have prioritized funding for homelessness and housing. We have a long meeting already, but we recognize today is not complete. Today is also the start of many different conversations that will initiate processes to help our youngest residents and vulnerable adults, and there'll be many opportunities for public comment in that area. Today we'll take an important vote on making permanent the investments we are making in the Office of Homeless Solutions. We are saying that is a priority of the City of Phoenix. That will continue. This is a function of government we did not used to have, but we are taking it on because it is so important to our community. I'll now turn to my colleagues for comments. Are we ready for ready to take a vote? Councilman Waring.
Thank you, Mayor. So there was something that was repeated several times today, that we're only doing this because of the Department of Justice, and maybe that's true for this specific meeting, but I think it is completely wrong to say that we haven't been trying to address a lot of the issues that have been discussed in my time on the council, whether I voted for all of it or not. Greg Stanton, I know, worked hard on veterans homelessness, and that had to be at least a decade ago. Mayor Gallego, I think your record is well established, as is that of many of my colleagues. So it's not like there isn't effort being put in to all of the things that have been discussed. Changes have made in the police department. All of that long predates the Department of Justice. So I really hope the city apparatus, such as it is, will push back on that narrative, because it's false. It's always a good reason to push back on anything. What's being said is false. My colleagues take me out of it, and my predecessors and our staff have worked hard on this issue. Apparently, it slid by everybody. I must be the only Wall Street Journal reader in the 14,000, 15,000 person city of Phoenix, because nobody seemed to know when I brought it up today. The Wall Street Journal said yesterday, homelessness, we're one of 2 cities where it's dropped. You can check it out in yesterday's paper. So I don't think our homeless team knew. So to Gina and Rachel, I call you guys all the time, and I've been hard on you about how you use the money. But this is what we want to see, and I appreciate it. To the officers who have had to listen to some of the things that have been said today, I really feel bad that you did. I personally, on behalf of myself and my family, I personally appreciate you. I'm going to appreciate you when I drive home, because a lot of it will be on the highway, and that's Department of Public Safety. But some of it's going to be on surface streets. We only have 34 people out, officers out patrolling 5,000 miles of streets. So I specifically bring that up because several people talked about minor traffic violations. Well, you know, minor traffic violations could get you killed. We used to have over 100 people out. Now we got 34 for 5,000 miles of streets. So basically there are no traffic laws, and I get calls and complaints all the time. So if you want to rotate officers up to my neck of the woods, my constituents would like to have them. They want you to give more tickets so that people won't drive in insane fashion. So I appreciate very much. I appreciated, I think it was Teresa Hill who mentioned Officer Coolidge. 29-year-old person who's just trying to do a good job, help his community with a 5-month-old at home. And it took us hours before it got mentioned by anybody who's not on the council. That's kind of discouraging. So I guess it is what it is, but I wish we had more officers. And to the folks who put together our plans today, we can try to hire all the people for all of these jobs. We're having a hard time hiring. I hope we can hire more people for dispatch and everything else, but that might not be realistic given our experiences trying to hire in other areas of the city, including police. To the last caller, whose name I think was Heather, I'm embarrassed because District 2 is my district, and I've called I don't know how many times, Gina and Rachel, you know, hundreds of calls, needles in parks and everything else, and we're doing the best we can. She's right, we don't have the manpower to put people out there 24/7. But please remember, a lot of the activities that were sort of glorified here today are wrecking the lives of homeowners who are just trying to live their own lives and not bother anybody. We had a period, a 6-month period, if you ever watched the public safety meetings, we had 14 dead bodies found in our parks. That is a human tragedy, no doubt about it, but it's also not great to have citizens taking their kids to the parks, finding a dead body or needles. That can't go on, that's not sustainable. People defecating in the street, that's not sustainable. So we gotta do something about it. I got people at my gym, because I go to the gym in the morning and I walk around, as Rachel and Gina are painfully aware, as well as Commander Benza. How many times have I called? Because people are living in the parking lot. It's not a safe situation. So the females at the gym are scared to go to the parking lot. You know how I know? Because they tell me. And the males are just mad. So, I don't know, there's kind of a mini encampment there now. So I've sent officers out. There's a woman who's there every day. She's been there for months. She sleeps with the door open because it's hot in the car. She's very frail looking, probably in her 60s, and the officers contacted her. They didn't go out and beat her up. They didn't tell her she's got to move on. They didn't tell her any such thing. They said, we got services for you. And she said, nope, I'm good. Are you living in this car? Nope, 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 not me. She was out there this morning. I don't call you guys because what's the point? She, I guess, can just stay there. It's private property. That's not good. If you are saying that's a sustainable situation, she's going to be the victim of a crime or she's going to be one of the heat-related deaths. How hard is that to understand? So you're not doing anybody any favors by saying you're not we're spending a fortune on this. So I'm glad the numbers are down. That's good news. And I applaud all the efforts of the mayor and others and previous mayors and other council members. To say we're doing nothing is false, but help us help you. You just had a presidential candidate, and not the one you would have expected, said if she finds somebody in her living room, they're going to get shot. You know why? Because she's a normal human being who doesn't want to find somebody in the living room because it's scary. It's scary. So if you're out committing felonies, are we just supposed to let that go? Somebody was trying to steal a car, and that's where Officer Coolidge got killed. Does anybody think that that's okay? Because that's kind of how it seemed to me. And if I were these officers, that would make me very upset. It would make it hard to recruit officers who might believe that what we've heard here today is representative of what every citizen in Phoenix thinks, because that's not true. So it's probably a good time to pause and reflect. The Department of Justice is not going to come. They're not going to help. We'll be having the same conversations. We'll just be spending more money and time on lawyers to do it. If you want to make lawyers rich, then we should get in bed with them, but probably best to maybe fight them and try to change things for the better. But that is not to say that things are horrible as they are. I appreciate the officers and the work that you're doing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. And I would first like to start by thanking all of the city staff who's worked hard on this. I know that Police Department, Office of Homeless Solutions, Office of Accountability and Transparency, as well as Fire Department related to our CAP program, City Manager and Assistant City Manager, as well as our Julie Krieg and the legal team. There have been a lot of man hours put into bringing us to this point. I have one question first, and I'm hoping one of you can answer it. Roughly how many calls does the police department go on every year?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman O'Brien, we receive about 1.8 million calls for service, and we respond to about 650,000 of those calls.
Okay, so we receive over 1.8 million, or roughly 1.8 million calls. We are able to answer roughly 600,000 plus calls our police department goes on. Thank you for that information. So after a 34-month investigation, with the help and full transparency of the City of Phoenix and the police department, the Department of Justice released findings, report detailing some hard-to-read accounts of past incidents and some accusations and allegations as to the professional conduct of our men and women in blue. And after the DOJ reviewed or put in their report 132 incidents over nearly a 10-year investigation, they alleged issues of continued violations of people's civil rights, racist profiling by our officers, and the unconstitutional mistreatment of our homeless population. 132 incidences they referenced over a very long span of time, and we respond to about 600,000 calls a year. They provided us with 37 recommendations to better reform our police department. Many of those recommendations that they were proposed have either been implemented or are in the process of being implemented, or as today you heard, we are taking additional steps to implement that. During the DOJ's press conference, Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark indicated her lack of faith in the city's council, the council's ability to make adequate reforms necessary, and suggested a federal monitor may need to be put in place with full control over the city's police department and our city's budget, not just the police department's budget, but the city's budget, to ensure proper reforms will be made. Considering that this council has already made a number of the suggested reforms previously and continues to push forward policies to ensure we continue to have a top-notch police department, I believe AAG Clark is incorrect. I'm going to also talk a little bit about the community members in District 1. The community member I met with on Monday morning, because she's lived in her house for 28 years across from a District 1 park, where she no longer feels safe to go or to take her grandchildren. The park she raised her children in, she cannot take her grandchildren to because she does not feel safe there. She doesn't rent the baseball diamond anymore for her family to have games and play there because she doesn't feel safe. The Office of Homeless Solutions goes out and offers services, as do our police officers. We've implemented community court so that if you do receive a civil violation, you have another path to take to get a helping hand. We get weekly notices or updates about what happens at our cooling centers. And I believe this is the most recent one. We have had 29,876 visits to our respite and extended hour cooling centers. 27,056 of those visitors, which is 91%, indicated they are experiencing homelessness. 26,680 of them, or 89% of them, indicated they just want to get cool. They don't need additional services or referrals. So I object to some of the testimony that we've heard here that we're not leading with services and that we're not trying. We are spending millions of dollars trying and leading with services, but people have to be willing to accept them. So I believe that this council has been and will continue, along with city leadership, to make the necessary steps, and that we do not need a consent decree. We do not need to give up local control. I will be voting yes for items 2 through 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Pastor?
Thank you. I have some questions for staff. Item number 2, the bullets 1 through 7, are those items that you can implement now? It's the research, bring back to council a plan to procure an early intervention system.
Yes, so Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, to answer your question, these are items Some of them are actually implementable over the next approximately 6 months or so. Some of them are exploration items, and so they would actually take longer than that to implement. For example, exploring youth prevention programming. We can develop some plans and ideas to bring those back to council to present within the next short term, 6 months or so. However, we want to engage with the community on those things and identify what the preferable path is for youth prevention programming in that particular case. And then two, we'd have to bring it back to the council for additional approval. As you indicated previously, there are going to be costs associated with some of these things. And so I would envision those being part of the budget discussion going forward.
Okay, but I guess let me add some clarity to my question. My question is, do you need us to direct you to do these things?
So, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, technically for item number 2, staff can accomplish these things without council approval. However, we are asking for your direction to ensure that we have your support in moving forward in these items.
So technically, you can move forward without, you didn't, I guess I'm saying these are items that you can do. You brought it to the council just for us to give you support in order to move forward.
That is correct.
Okay. Item number 3, the 500,000. Where's that coming from? I thought I saw ARPA, but I might be wrong. I saw it somewhere.
Mayor, members of the council, the $2.5 million that's included in item 3, none of that money is ARPA funded.
Okay.
That money is all intended to be built into the base budget as Amber Williamson, Budget Research Director, and I go through the beginning stages of building the 24-25 budget.
Okay.
And the 500,000 specifically for the police positions would be general fund.
No, I know. I guess because there was some statements made, I'm just trying to get clarity on the 500. I guess the question was, why can't this go under OAT?
So, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, the way that these positions are envisioned is to serve as the internal verification or audit function for the police department. And it would be the initial build out of a team to do that. In the future, there may be a need for even more positions beyond these 4 as we develop out the performance metrics and the plan further. However, this initial team would be those internal eyes on the data, looking at the police department performance on identified performance metrics within the department. There could be, and we have discussed the need for additional external eyes on the data as well to verify from an external perspective what the internal auditors are saying. So eventually there will be a need for both internally to help the police department management team and the city manager's office make operational decisions and to really dig into the data at that level. And then eventually also, yes, external verification mechanisms to ensure that that data review is happening correctly.
Okay, so these are the beginning steps to build up to the internal and external piece that we need to build to.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Pastor, that is absolutely correct.
And the other thing that I would add to that is as we build this framework and as we start to do the continuous improvement that we talk about, a lot of the data, a lot of the metrics, a lot of the processes and policies and procedures, they would ultimately land on the city's internal audit plan eventually and start to rotate through that continuous improvement plan and look from the outside. So it would happen externally as well from outside the department like Lori talked about.
Okay, thank you. Well, I would say there's lots of things I want to say. There was a sheriff at one point, and it was around 2008 that the DOJ came in for an inquiry. And then 2009, a president was elected, and then a formal investigation started. And then it was 2012 when there was a lawsuit filed. And actually, it was 2019, barely, when it officially closed. And DOJ was here purposely because of the impact on the Latino community. So I'm not saying right or wrong. What I'm saying is we wouldn't be here today if we had been effectively self-assessing and self-correcting in our overall city culture. And I'm talking overall city culture, not just police. And it's clear that we are unable to monitor ourselves. It's also clear that a consent decree probably won't be signed because several colleagues have, at least 5, have stated that. And I appreciate the efforts of the 3-person memo. However, I really don't think it will prevent a lawsuit. And in all of this, there is some accountability, but there's also no accountability. And I don't know how city and police can correct all these items if we don't first acknowledge our part in the systematic injustice that our communities have experienced. And the gentleman has left because I wish he was here. We heard from Jacob's dad, and may Jacob rest in peace. And we all know we need to add a mechanism of accountability. So what I hope and anticipate from the DOJ side is that the DOJ and the city come together to really create an agreement with monitoring, timeline, and really accountability on both sides that would form a different type of agreement, because we have done proactive measures. We continue to do proactive measures. We just need that extra piece of monitoring us, of making sure we're doing it efficiently. So for me, this is an opportunity to demonstrate our commitment to constitutional policing. And this is very important because if we don't get it right, it's our reputation on the line. So I will be voting yes on this, and I'm hoping that we can come to an agreement with DOJ. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Robinson.
Mayor, thank you very much. I'll start by saying all the testimony we heard today, I get it. I truly understand where people are coming from, especially those who have been impacted by law enforcement, and more specifically the Phoenix Police Department. But what I think needs to be said, and I say this in all sincerity, that I have yet, and I know people will disagree with this, but I have yet to meet a police officer who goes out and says, I want to use deadly force. And I say that based on 36 and a half years working not just with the Phoenix Police Department, but agencies around the state and across the country for that matter. You're going to have situations where officers do things they should not do. We get that. I think the mechanisms that are in place to deal with people in those situations they're appropriate. Can they be tweaked? Can they be changed? Can they be enhanced? Most certainly. But I believe that's a part of the self-assessing, self-correcting organization that Chief Sullivan envisions. Police officers, in my opinion, do not go out and want to kill people, don't want to go out and want to shoot people. I know some folks will say that's not necessarily the case. Personally, I think a lot of that has to do with what we see on television. It does us a terrific disservice based on some of the shows that we see and how it glamorizes police use of force. I personally speaking, and I'm not saying it doesn't happen, things do occur. I get it, I understand that. But I have yet to meet someone, especially someone wearing a Phoenix Police Department uniform, that takes pride in using deadly force. It hasn't happened, not that I am aware of. And I know people want to lean into that and believe it is a department-wide issue. And I would argue that they couldn't be further from the truth. I understand that there are folks who have had run-ins with police and they don't necessarily appreciate it, and it could be deadly in some situations. But those police officers are out there doing a job, that, quite honestly, they volunteer to do, and it is an extremely tough job. Decisions are made usually in a quarter of a second time to use deadly force, and for the most part, most of the time, it is the right decision that they make. Now, occasionally it may not be, but again, as Chief Sullivan has said, self-correcting, self-assessing, and self-correcting, that's what it's about. If the behavior is so egregious, then we should look to our prosecutors, be it the county attorney, the U.S. attorney, whoever it may happen to be, and ask that they move forward on those things. And I might add, a lot of times the U.S. attorney does look at situations involving our officers, and they don't move forward with it. And I think that tells us something. But Mayor, I will be supporting this and voting yes on this particular motion, and I appreciate from the bottom of my heart the efforts of the Phoenix police officers, the efforts of the folks at the Office of Oath, and the efforts of everyone over in the Office of Homeless Solutions. They're out there doing work that, it does make a difference in our community. As Councilwoman O'Brien was saying, a lot has occurred in recent years. We have a tendency, or folks have a tendency, to dwell on the negative, and I think that's unfortunate. Mayor, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Roll call. Councilwoman Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had, I wanted to follow up on a question that Councilwoman Pastor asked regarding the basis for why these new positions could not be placed under oath.
So, Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Washington, I suppose in theory they could, however, they would serve a different purpose if they were placed in that capacity rather than under the police department. The intent is for them to be an internal audit function for the police department. So it would change their purpose if they were under oath. I'd also want to ask the city attorney to ensure that that would fit under the oath ordinance, just to double check that. But if that wasn't an issue, then in theory, they could be in any department. But the intent is for them to be an internal function specifically for the police department.
Okay. Did you want to chime in, Joey?
Mayor, members of council, we would have to look at that and look at what is in the ordinance, whether that would need a code change. There would also be some challenges with confidentiality, whether they're, CJIS certified, and so there would be a number of issues that we might have to address if we wanted to approach that.
Okay, thank you.
And just one other point of clarification, I would probably argue that they could not be positions that would reside in audit themselves, because then auditors could not help the police department establish the framework and then audit it. They would lose their independence on that issue. So I would argue that.
Well, I think the concern is ensuring that the policies are written by more removed individuals from the actual interactions. So I think that was the concern, or why that was my thought process and why I brought it up as to why both could possibly. Because like I said, Oath has had really good recommendations, and that's been one way, like some of the suggestions that we incorporated into the memo came from Oath. So I was wondering if it made more sense to have them be part of the thought process, or the leaders in grafting those policies. So that was the point of my question. Maybe if it's something I could ask, that it be kind of, we can think about it and maybe circle back on this and see if there's some way we could orchestrate this a little bit more collaboratively between PD and Oath when it comes to the establishment of policies or drafting of policies.
Mayor, may I make one point of clarification on that? So this group is actually not a policy development group. There is a different group that is assigned to policy development. And so if you're looking for the function to include policy development, that would be a different conversation than what is being recommended related to this compliance analyst team. This team would actually be focused on assisting with developing and measuring, most importantly, progress on performance metrics related to implementation of policy.
Thank you for that clarification. If I may, Mayor, I would say this is a difficult conversation because unlike most instances, we represent both sides of the police-community interaction. I feel like as a council member, we are, in this situation, we are almost in a catch-22. The Department of Justice has outlined what they think the changes we need to make, the policy changes, and we are making some steps to correct some of the identified shortcomings, and we are getting criticized for that. I'm not opposed to the criticism, but I just want the community to understand that this was never intended, from my perspective, to be our entire answer to the DOJ on this. This was our attempt to identify issues that we thought could move on while we continued to negotiate. This investigation has taken 3 years. I don't anticipate that the resolution of it will come expediently. I'm optimistic, but I am also realistic. And this gives us an opportunity to continue to make changes in the area where we identify that can be done in a timely manner. I understand the mistrust, and I don't minimize anyone's experience in these comments. The intention I think we have is to try to figure out how we can move our city forward, how we can what areas that we can identify as areas of improvement. As I said, this report, when it came out, we had to relive very hurtful times in our community, but it also identified recommendations and areas in which we could grow and make improvements as a city. And I think this is what we're doing. I do not believe this is the end of our conversation when it comes to this. I think as indicated in item 4, for me was very important as we articulate many of these policies that we have community feedback, because the community, I think it's one way we reestablish trust is by bringing them into this conversation. And I think we are doing some of the comments that were made. I take copious notes because I like to make sure that we can try and follow up. Some of the comments that were made regarding the police department's role in engaging with our unsheltered community. I think we can ensure that we continue to work with OHS to make sure that those interactions are minimized. Unfortunately, there probably may be some situations that fall through the crack, but that is a goal of increasing our CAP as well as our critical incident risk team, because they are the ones that are best trained to deal with our unsheltered population and those that are experiencing mental and behavioral health. So for those reasons, I do not expect this to be a complete resolution to all of the issues that have been voiced in today's meeting, as well as included in our DOJ report. But I think that it is a good first step as a council, and it will require us to come back and have continued conversations such as these. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Roll call.
Galindo Elvira.
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
Please.
Tonight's action is not meant to be a remedy for everything. It's not meant to be a vanishing act. It is meant to make an honest attempt to do something. To sit on our hands would be the greater sin. To do something for the community, on behalf of the community, with the community, is the better option, and with that, I vote yes.
Gardado.
Yes.
Hodge Washington.
Yes.
O'Brien.
Yes.
Pastor.
Yes.
Robinson.
Yes.
Waring. Yes. Stark.
Yes.
Gallego.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you. The council has unanimously passed a variety of very important policies that put new civilian resources into homelessness, prioritize dispatch, and create new mechanisms of accountability. We are adjourned.
Known for the beautiful Phoenix bird mural that graced the walls in the waiting area of Terminal 2, painted by artist Paul Coates.
As Sky Harbor continues to be one